Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. We will start tonight with public comment. We have one person registered online. Jesse, do you mind announcing that person for me?
Yep. So our online speaker is Daniel Stoles.
Yes. Is it my turn?
Yep.
It is your turn. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm the parent of children at Hamilton Middle, Randall Elementary, and Franklin Elementary. It's my understanding that the group tonight is discussing a proposed wellness policy. And I'm here to ask that the board include in that policy classroom temperature as an element of a healthy physical environment. I wanted to share that last September, my first grade daughter, who you can hear in the background, came home from school on 2 occasions visibly drowsy and had difficulties staying awake, and at one point actually fell asleep shortly after getting off the school bus. She had no other signs of illness. However, I later learned from her teacher that the temperature in her classroom that week exceeded 100 degrees Fahrenheit on a thermometer in the classroom. And I understand from that teacher, as well as from the school principal at Franklin, that the second floor classrooms at Franklin have suffered from excessive heat for many years, despite persistent advocacy from school staff. Since September, I have exchanged emails on this subject with the Director of Building Services and with the school board member responsible for Franklin. And just today, I heard from the classroom teacher that facilities staff came to work on the issue, although it's unclear what solution they will implement. I want to say it should not take years of advocacy from teachers and parents to ensure that a classroom does not become dangerously hot. The district wellness policy should explicitly designate heat as a danger to student health and learning. The Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration says that heat is the leading weather-related cause of death in the United States. The Federation of American Scientists says there's ample scientific evidence for a strong correlation between heat and learning loss in schools. That's why across the southern US, many school districts require the use of air conditioning to keep classrooms below a specific temperature. Such policies didn't used to be common in northern states. However, with climate change, New York State recently passed a law which requires that classrooms implement heat mitigation when the room temperature exceeds 82 degrees and that students not be allowed in the classroom when it exceeds 88 degrees Fahrenheit. In fact, our own MMSD Student Bill of Rights says that students have the right to a classroom which is kept below 80 degrees Fahrenheit. However, that document only applies to secondary school students. So I'm wondering whether the board has a way of knowing how hot it gets in our schools. And I think that the proposed wellness policy should be revised to designate heat as a specific impediment to student learning, as well as health. The policy should provide for systematic collection of data on facility temperatures across the district, and you should designate specific temperature thresholds that are considered acceptable, needing mitigation, and dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I move to approve the minutes from the instruction work group dated February 2nd, 2026.
Second, Maya.
Thank you. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. All right, we have 2 topics this evening, so we're going to dive right into the first area. We will be discussing special education, including the family experience, and I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Joe Gothard.
Thank you, Chair Muldrow, board members, staff, members of the community. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have a report on special education that is going to cover, I'm going to have Nancy Molfenter and our team cover the topics. We have guests from our schools that are going to talk as well. So I'm thrilled to have them tonight to give the community, to give the board a true perspective of some of the areas that we feel we've really accomplished and made a lot of progress in, but also some of those that we still continue to have to work really hard to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our students, we're collaborating with families, and most of all, we're supporting our staff as well. Board members, you sent a good number of questions our way regarding this presentation and others. And I just want to share with you, we did our best to try to answer the questions that we could in a timely way tonight. Some of the questions were very comprehensive requiring a bit more study, some data pull, and just a better way to explain it than simply typing away a response and handing it out to you. So we've tried to answer some of those questions tonight. Others we may share with you in a future weekly update. Others may require a sit down and a conversation, perhaps a meeting to share and go a little bit deeper. And then we may also decide that we want to agenda some future topics for meetings that we have later as well, if there is the need for that kind of follow-up. So in no way are we steering away from the questions that you submitted, just with the time that we had. We weren't able to answer each of those individually, and hope that you'll understand that and continue to work with us like you always do to make sure that we get the right information to you in a timely way. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Mulfenter, get it started with tonight. Nancy.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna turn it over to me, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Let's get it started. That's okay.
Got it.
So thank you, Dr. Gothard and Chair Muldrow. I'm gonna go ahead and get us started this evening. We do have two topics on the agenda tonight as outlined. Dr. Nancy Mulfenter, the Associate Superintendent of Special Education, is gonna get us started by grounding us in our progress to date on our 3-year special education plan goals. The presentation will center around the 3 goals on increasing reading and math proficiency, decreasing disproportionality, and increasing inclusive opportunities. We're also fortunate to be joined by leadership and staff from Marquette and Toki this evening, and they will share specific strategies that have led to tangible, positive outcomes for scholars at their respective schools. Following that presentation, we will hear from Cindy Green, the Assistant Superintendent of Strategy and Innovation, who will present our second semester class size report. And please note that the information provided by Cindy this evening will focus exclusively on second semester. And finally, Ashley Pletzer, the Physical Education Health and Wellness Coordinator, will lead us through the second read of our wellness policy. Next slide, Jesse. As always, before starting our meetings, we want to center ourselves in our vision, mission, and guiding commitments. So our MMSD vision will be a learning community where all students are valued, challenged, supported, and inspired to reach their dreams. And our MMSD mission, MMSD creates safe and inclusive schools, delivers high quality instruction, strengthens positive relationships, and partners with families and the community to achieve student self-determination and educational excellence. I believe that the focus on our 3-year special education plan will highlight the progress that we have made towards our vision and mission, while also providing conversation around opportunities for growth. Our guiding commitments to lead with equity, foster belonging, deliver meaningful learning, improve with and embrace our collective impact. And we're all familiar with this slide, as these are our district improvement plan goals, where we are working to be by the end of 2027 by ensuring that every child is on track to graduate, ready for college, career, and community, that our district is a place where children, staff, and families thrive, and African-American children and youth excel in school. Jesse. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Nancy Mulfenter, who will introduce the team presenting with her tonight on our progress towards our 3-year special education goals.
Thank you, Dr. Stanford. Thank you for having me, members of the Board of Education. This is a topic that I am extremely passionate about and work that I'm deeply invested in along with all of you. Our 3 education plan goals, our current special education plan runs through the middle of next school year. You'll see at the end, there'll be a timeline to discuss when we will be tackling the stages of the development of our next plan. Right now, our 3 goals are, overarching goals are to decrease disproportionality in special education for our Black scholars, to increase inclusive opportunities for all of our scholars with an IEP, and to increase reading and math proficiency rates for our students with an IEP. These are also our department improvement goals in student services. I have here on this slide the ways that these goals in special education are aligned with our current strategic framework. Decreasing disproportionality for our Black scholars means that more of our Black scholars are thriving at school. Increasing inclusive opportunities fosters a sense of belonging for our students, and increasing math and reading proficiency leads to college, career, and community readiness for more of our scholars. In addition to reviewing key data points on these three goals, we will also be discussing our family engagement strategies. So we're joined by Anna Moffett, our family ombudsperson in the school district. And then, as Dr. Stanford mentioned, we have teams from Marquette and Toki. Both of those schools have seen increases in math and reading proficiency rates from the year 2023-24 to 24-25. So we look forward to hearing from about. Next slide. So in terms of aiming to reduce disproportionality, we, over the past 2 years, have strengthened our professional learning community with our E&I colleagues, as well as student and staff supports colleagues, to continue to build on and strengthen our multi-tiered systems of support. We have also begun to pull disability area disproportionality by school. That was a recommendation from the Department of Public Instruction in order to drill down to where we need to focus our strategies. Some of our team members in student and staff supports developed a student success form, which collects data regarding the implementation of multi-tiered systems of supports to inform our anti-racist evaluation process. And then we've also done further exploration of root causes to determine next action steps. We are continuing to use our anti-racist evaluation criteria and IEP criteria. So you'll hear a bit more about those moving forward. Next slide. This slide creates a visual representation of, as we look at disproportionality in special education, we need to first know what does the enrollment in our school district look like. And so on the left-hand side, that's the district enrollment. So approximately a little more than 18% of our scholars identify as Black, meaning the remaining 81, almost 82% identify as a different race or ethnicity. And then when we look at the bars on the right-hand side of the slide, our students with an IEP who are Black make up approximately 27.5% of our population, and then all other students approximately 14.5%. So this is the visual representation of what our disproportionality look like. We would want the two sides of this slide to look similar. So that's the direction we want to head in. Next slide. So what does disproportionality in special education look like right now? This is a simple line graph that shows us that our disproportionality over the past 3 years, since 2022-23, has not declined. So our disproportionality is really represented by the gaps between the three lines. We want them to be very close together. That would represent the reduction or elimination of disproportionality. So the data that we're seeing through last school year tell us that we are going to need to regroup as a district and consider what strategies we're utilizing in order to turn our trends around. Next slide. Something that we had talked about last year when I presented on the data for our special education plan was the fact that when we're identified by the Department of Public Instruction as being significantly disproportionate, they calculate that disproportionality in risk ratios. The risk ratio represents the number of times a Black scholar is to be identified in each of these areas as the other students in our district. Significant disproportionality is considered anything over 2 times. So we have in these 4 disability areas, we have significant disproportionality. We have, as a district, had significant disproportionality as defined by the Department of Public Instruction for quite a few years. But the risk ratios shift a little bit from year to year. This data was pulled in the fall, so at the beginning of this school year. As we began to look at school level disproportionality, the data we are asking our program support teachers to look at and think about with their professional learning communities is the risk ratios by disability category. So we did do some math, and right now in our district, if we had 17 fewer Black students identified as having an emotional behavioral disability, we would no longer be disproportionate. And if we had 5 fewer students identified under specific learning disability, we would no longer be significantly disproportionate in accordance with the DPI definition. OHI is a little bit more. It's actually 80 students, and we haven't yet calculated for intellectual disability. But we have been utilizing the school level data to dig down to root causes. So we've had some really good conversation in terms of what we can do differently when we're evaluating students and when we're considering how we're serving our students through our multi-tiered system of support. Next slide. So a piece of good news in our data related to disproportionality, one of the metrics that we have looked at through the special education plan is restraint and seclusion by race ethnicity. And last year, we saw quite a difference in the way that our disproportionality looked. The incidence for our white students went up. The incidence for our Black students went significantly down and also went down from the year prior for our Hispanic or Latinx scholars. So we definitely want to be paying attention to why our restraints and seclusions were up for our white scholars with an IEP, but we appreciate that the disproportionality did not exist last year in terms of restraints and exclusions. We have not analyzed the data thus far this year by race ethnicity. And so this is one piece of good news. We know that we've done some additional training. We've trained additional staff utilizing our nonviolent crisis intervention training. We've had more staff looking at our training modules, and we have begun to explore additional types of trainings such as your Kura training, which utilizes CADS instead of utilizing restraints and seclusions. Some of you may have seen restraint and seclusion as a topic in the news earlier this school year, and we stand by our objective would be have 0 restraint seclusions for our scholars. And so we will work diligently to reduce restraints and seclusions overall and to continue to have no disproportionality. Next slide. Moving into goal number 2. So our goal number 2 in our special education plan is to foster inclusion and additional inclusive opportunities for our scholars. Again, this is an area where you'll see in a moment, our data did not all move in the direction that we had hoped. And so as we found that the data wasn't moving in the right direction after the end of last school year, we have strengthened and enhanced some of our strategies. One of them, similarly to looking at our disproportionality, looking at our inclusion rates by school with a focus on middle and high school, to really discuss bright spots and growth opportunities and select and implement specific steps to increase inclusion. One of those is to provide additional professional learning to those folks in our district who serve as LEA representative, because we can stress that inclusion for our scholars with an IEP is an IEP team decision. IEP teams make the decision at every meeting about where a student will receive their special education services. And that can be in the general education or special education environment. So choosing the general education environment to the greatest extent possible is what the law tells us to do, but it's what we want to do based on best practice. And then we also have increased our professional learning for our program support teachers and special education case managers around scaffolding and differentiating from core to provide special education services. So helping our staff to understand they don't need a packaged intervention to provide specially designed instructions for our scholars who are receiving special education. Next slide. So these are the data that I mentioned in a visual. So our elementary held strong at 93%. And our middle school saw a decrease, not a large one, but a decrease nonetheless, as well as our high schools. I will say that our overall inclusion rate of scholars with an IEP, 80% or more of the time in general education, is about 10 points higher than the state average. We're very proud of that in Madison. We know that it yields the best outcomes for our students with an IEP. And simultaneously, we really want to understand these trends and ensure that we work to turn them around, particularly for our middle school and our high school scholars. Next slide. And then there's also the data on this slide represented with another visual that we need to pay attention to and ensure that we are developing strong and clear strategies to address, which is that this data includes all disability areas and it is disaggregated by race ethnicity for our white scholars, Black scholars, and Hispanic scholars. And we can see that while there were declines, and those were represented on the last data slide as well, for all three groups, we really want to pay attention to the fact that our Black scholars are the least included. We do not currently have significant disproportionality in this area. However, it doesn't mean that we don't want to do it and work to change this trend so that all of our scholars with an IEP are included at the same high rates. Next. Got it. Thanks, Jesse. So in Madison, we have a saying, we use it often, that all of our scholars are general education scholars first. It's really important that we continue to help all of our staff in our schools understand that special education is always meant to be supplementary to general education for our scholars with an IEP. And that when our scholars with an IEP are in shared spaces with their peers who don't have an IEP, that's when they have access, the best access to high quality core content and instruction. When we think about our measurement of inclusion 80% or more of the time in general education spaces, that's a code that our special education staff have to include in the IEP. So we know the data are accurate because we pull that from our IEP system. It's the most inclusive code that the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction uses. And we talk about the fact that I do get asked sometimes, but what if a student really needs targeted individualized instruction or a small group setting in order to make the best progress? This does leave the opportunity for IEP teams to think about that and build that in for a student. Next slide. Now we're moving into goal number 3. So increasing reading and math proficiency. So in order to do that, we know we need to continue to strengthen our multi-tiered systems of support to have meaningful inclusion and instruction that is derived from our core content. We know that we need to continue to build our targeted professional development to ensure that differentiated learning, again, is built from core content and instruction. In order to do this, we are, as with the other 2 goals, looking at school level data, not just our standardized assessment data, but also benchmarking data. Something new that we have also incorporated this year is IEP and progress report quality checks. So for our students with an IEP who have reading and or math goals and instruction, we are pulling samples of IEPs to ensure that their present level of skills matches with their goals, that matches with their instruction, and that their progress reports contain data to ensure that everyone on the team, including their family members, understand the progress that they're making. Next slide. Something that I just wanted to point out before I turn over the presentation to our school teams, to Marquette, is that I mentioned earlier that our department improvement plan mirrors this goal in the special education plan to increase reading and math proficiency. Our measures are the forward for elementary and middle school and the ACT for high school. We have a relationship between our goal number 2 and our goal number 3 in that if a student is more included in general education, they're more likely to be proficient in reading and math. And if they're more proficient, they're more likely to be included 80% or more of the time. So these two goals have a symbiotic relationship. We are very excited to have, I'm going to start with the Marquette team, and I'm going to turn it over to Principal Peters.
I thought you were taking questions in between, I'm sorry.
I thought we were going to wait until. the
Okay, I
end of the
misunderstood.
presentation, the
Sorry,
special
Chair, I
education.
didn't know which way we were doing it.
So Principal Peters, thank you very much for being here, and then I will let you and your team introduce yourself. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, hello, thank you, Dr. Mulfinter. Good evening to Dr. Gothard and members of the board. My name is Becky Peterson, and I am honored to serve as the principal of Marquette Elementary, where we grow greatness one seed at a time. This model reflects our commitment to conditions for students to excel, while also investing in our staff through training and opportunities for effective implementation. At Marquette, we understand that our students' success is not a matter of chance. We prioritize establishing comprehensive systems and supports rooted in strong partnerships among our general education teachers, our special education team, and family. Our approach is twofold. We build meaningful connections to cultivate a sense of belonging, and we ensure every student has access to high-quality core instruction through appropriate research-based scaffolds. To share what this looks like in practice, I've invited our program support teacher, Emily Durst, along with 2 special education teachers, Maddie Kaiser and Madeline Slicker. They will share their approaches to adaptation, differentiation, collaborative planning, and co-teaching. Additionally, Maddie and Madeline will share a wide range of scaffolded examples from literacy and math in both 3rd and 5th grades that maintain high academic rigor while reducing executive functioning demands. I will now turn it over to Emily.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. Can you go into the next slide? My name is Emily Durst, and I'm the program support teacher at Marquette. To build on that metaphor of growing greatness, I want to highlight the intentional collaborative work that makes this growth possible. The results you see on this slide, specifically the 7% and 11% growth in forward data, begin with our summer work days. This is where our instructional coach, cross-categorical teachers, related service staff, and program support teacher all sit at the same table to build our schedules. While we always follow the services determined by a student's IEP, we use this time to mindfully group students across special education teachers and grades. This strategic scheduling ensures that students are in their classrooms for core instruction and that we are maximizing every minute of support. A critical piece of this system is that Dr. Peterson and I serve as the primary local education agency representatives, or LEA reps, during our IEP meetings at Marquette. In this role, we explicitly guide the conversation to prioritize students' least restrictive environments, or LRE. We empower our teams to lead with a gen ed first mindset, ensuring that we first consider how services can be provided within the general education space before looking elsewhere. When you look at this data, you're seeing the impact of our commitment to inclusion. In math, we saw a 7% increase in proficiency, and in literacy, we saw an 11% increase in proficiency for students with IEPs. These numbers tell us that when we lead with equity and ensure our scholars with IEPs are rooted in the general education classroom with the right supports. They don't just get by, they excel. To give you a closer look at what this looks like in practice, from universal access to the specific adaptations in the classroom, I'm excited to introduce two of our wonderful special education teachers. Board, please welcome Maddie Kaiser and Madeline Slicker, who will walk you through Marquette's inclusive practices and collaborative planning.
All right, next slide, please. Thank you, Emily and board. My name is Madeline Slicker, and this is my 6th year at Marquette. Sitting next to me is Maddie, who is in 4th year at Marquette. Together, along with special education teacher Bailey Underwood, we support students in grades 3 through 5 within a collaborative service model that prioritizes access to high-quality grade level instruction. Maddie and I are excited to share what inclusive practices look like at Marquette. When we talk about inclusion, we're really talking about equity and ensuring every student has access to grade level learning and the opportunity to contribute, participate, and be valued members in their classroom community. We do this in close partnership with our general education teachers to co-design instruction and supports that make meaningful access possible for all learners. The slide in front of you highlights the 4 key pillars that guide our work today.
So the first section of our chart is on learning targets and adaptations. For every lesson, we start by identifying the essential learning target, and this ensures that all of our adaptations that we create remain aligned to grade level standards. From there, we adapt our instruction, students' practice materials, and assessments, not to lower expectations, but to remove barriers. Every student can access grade level curriculum, and our role is to determine what tools and supports make that access possible.
The next section highlights universal access and differentiation. We create visually aligned supports, often using Canva or Boardmaker, to adapt materials while maintaining the integrity of the lesson. For example, I upload the literacy workbooks provided to us by the EL literacy curriculum into Canva and design fully adapted versions for students on my caseload. These are then printed out, bound, and provided at the start of each module so students can access instruction from day 1. Importantly, these adapted workbooks closely mirror the materials their peers are using in layout, language, and visuals. Because of this alignment, the support feels seamless. Accommodations are embedded into the instruction rather than standing out as something separate. We also create multiple versions and use a least to most hierarchy of support. This ensures students receive the scaffolding they need while continuing to build independence and confidence.
Our ability to create these meaningful differentiations stems from collaborative planning. We, the special education teachers and the general education teachers, work together closely to co-design classroom instruction. We plan the adaptations and supports collaboratively so every student meaningfully participate in the general education setting. We also work closely with our special education assistants who support students throughout the day in their classrooms. In addition, we ensure that the specially designed instruction, which happens in small groups to address students' IEP goals, remains aligned to grade level standards. Specialized instruction is directly connected to the classroom.
This takes us to the final area. Co-teaching and shared ownership of student learning is where inclusion truly comes to life. We see every student in the room as our student. It's never your student or my student. All teachers share responsibility for all learners. We intentionally use heterogeneous grouping so students learn alongside a variety of peers. You'll see us circulating, leading small groups, and teaching side by side. The work is very fluid and collaborative. These 4 components allow us to maintain high expectations while providing meaningful access. They help us build classrooms where students aren't just present, they're engaged, growing, and contributing members of the community. Now, I'd like to show you what this looks like in action through some 3rd grade examples. For the next slide. You should have a packet in front of you that includes the examples shown on the screen. On the front side of the pages, you will see the grade level, and on the other side is the accommodated version. I'm also going to pass out the standard workbook that's provided by Yale and the adapted workbook I mentioned earlier that I create for students on my case that you can look at if you would like. All of these adapted materials were intentionally designed to align with the same standards and learning goals. As you'll review them, you'll notice we're adjusting access and not expectations. On the left side of the slide, you will see a scaffolded worksheet created for a student in the pre-alphabetic phase of reading development. The original grade level task was to write a poem about a bullfrog. For this student, the focus was matching non-identical images to complete the poem structure. The student selected and glued images representing key vocabulary, engaging it with the same content while building foundational literacy skills. During the lesson, the student also used their augmentative and alternative communication device to contribute language, ensuring their voice was part of the learning experience. In the middle example, you can see a page where students determined which event did not happen in the story Peter Pan, and then organized the remaining events in chronological order. The formatting was adjusted and visual supports were added to increase clarity and access. Additionally, instead of numbering the statements, students cut out the 4 remaining events and physically moved them to determine the correct story order. Finally, on the right is an accommodated chapter analysis. Students were provided with corresponding image from the chapter and highlighted the textual evidence in their response from the chart. Together, these examples show inclusion in practice. We preserve grade level standards while designing multiple pathways for access. While these examples are from 3rd grade, this approach is consistent across our building. I'll now turn it over to Maddie to share the same pillars guide in 5th grade.
So in 5th grade literacy, the level of complexity increases, but our students rise to meet the standard. So in the first example on the screen, that's a structured note catcher that guides students identifying key details about how characters feel. The 5th graders read a book called Esperanza Rising. The visuals provided support comprehension and build students' vocabulary. These pictures also align with the pictures that are programmed on the students' AAC devices. So students who use this version also read an adapted version of the text that has simplified language and visuals to build understanding of the same story that their peers read. So that's an example of the most scaffolded version that supports students in the pre-alphabetic phase of reading development. And then the next example is a similar assignment, but scaffolded. Students are expected to compose a paragraph about how one of the characters reacted in Esperanza Rising using textual evidence. So as you can see, there's a model paragraph that students can reference and a paragraph frame that supports students in structuring complete response. So students who complete this version typically have the grade level book read out loud to them, and then they work together in small groups to talk about how the characters are reacting, and then to work together to write the paragraph. The final example is just an example of visual support for organizing sentences. Students have access to this in their writing as a prompt to write sentences. This builds students' independence and ownership of their learning as it is that they can reference without the teacher support, which is important because they're going to middle school next year. So it's all about meeting your students where they are at and providing them what they need to succeed. Do a lot of work, but I think at the end of the day that the most important thing that we do is believe in our students. When we believe in our students, they can feel it and they know what's expected of them and they believe in themselves. They also know that they have the right to these tools so they can succeed. Then we can go to the next slide. So this slide highlights how we approach math accommodations. We begin by building conceptual understanding using manipulatives, visuals, and number lines to ensure students understand how the math processes work. And there are small group discussions inside the classroom that allow us to pre-teach and reteach the essential concepts. Then once students have that conceptual understanding, we support procedural fluency with tools like multiplication charts and anchor charts that outline step-by-step processes. Then the specially designed instruction remains aligned to grade level standards while still allowing for time to build students' prerequisite skills. We've also included 2 examples of adapted math assessments that we've created in Canva. So when we create them, we include simplified directions, structured spacing, visual cues, and step-by-step prompts. And we still analyze this assessment data carefully and use it to our future instruction, just like all kids.
In conclusion, inclusive education is not about lowering expectations. It is about removing the. When collaboration is intentional, students experience access, consistency, and belonging. And that access leads to measurable growth, one seed at a time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marquette, for being here and for all of the fabulous.
Thank you.
I think we're gonna do a swap out
Okay.
now with the Toki team. So.
As the-
May.
As the Toki team is coming to the table, I just want to remind you that we have printed copies in your folders that you each received of the special education plan, the special education plan data addendum, and then some additional work samples from our cap.
I need some faces.
I have allergy. You hear me coughing. Okay.
Right, I requested to be closest to the screen with my seasoned eyes. Good evening to Dr. Gothard and members of the board. I am Sheba Mays, principal at Toki Middle School. This is my 4th year in Madison and at Toki Middle School. I have with me Mark Siegel, our instructional coach at Toki Middle School, and Kelly Mansky, one of our wonderful CC teachers at the 6th grade level. I will start with Mark and our Toki Forward data.
Right, we're really honored to be here and proud to celebrate the growth that we've made. Looking at the growth, we want to look at not only how all of going, looking from 23 to 24, both in math and literacy, seeing that 4% growth of percent of students meeting standards on forward, but also how does that look for our scholars who are as well, and seeing that 3% growth in math and then that 7% growth in literacy. I think one of the big things that we want to celebrate from this and highlight is it really goes back to the hard work that our staff have been putting in, the structures that we have, the work that staff do together proactively to plan for and support students. And also this is just one way to celebrate the hard work that our scholars are doing. And as we go to the next slide, I'll turn it over to Kelly.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here this evening. One of those proactive supports that Mark just touched on that previous slide is the use of our progress monitoring platforms. We use iReady and Achieve 2000. And these tools play a really integral role in our PLC process. We use those diagnostics to identify focal learners that we're going to support throughout the school year. It's data that we review whenever we meet as a PLC, and it helps us really guide some of our small group instruction as well to fill in those gaps that students have when to middle school and then throughout their time at Toki.
Okay. And the title of this slide is Toki's intentional planning, and that's intentional. So the reason being, everything that's put into how we've been able to get this result is intentional. So from the case management loads that we start thinking about in March prior to the next school year, to our SEA placements, all of these decisions are made based off of the needs of the students with IEPs. My program support teacher and I, we meet weekly to discuss where we're at and some of the things that are coming up along with our AD. And then our PST and I also meet with CC teachers and SEAs bi-weekly. Most of that tends to be logistical, but what really I want to focus on here is I need to give you a little bit of background. So in 24-25, our math and our ELA teams, they were provided with protected planning time. So they were protected planning with Mark as our instructional coach, and on the math side with Mark and Kay Hunter.
And so when I mean by protected time, I mean uninterrupted time. So that was really their time to dig in, see where kids are at, see what the data is telling us about where our kids are performing and what our interventions and supports would be. And so in preparation for C3 teams, which were teams that come together to co-plan, co-serve, co-teach, we decided this year to expand our PLCs. And so that's helpful in that now we have all people at the table. So we have our CC teachers meeting with all all areas. We have our BRTs, we have our ESL teachers, we have everyone at the table. So that really helps us to make sure that we are focusing on that plan, do, study, act portion, or that guides our continuous cycle of improvement. And what I mean by protected time, here over in the corner, there's a visualization of kind of like our overall snapshots, exactly what PLCs or who's in what PLC. So our ELA, our math, we even have UA. I know that's right. And then we have our core leaders who act as our activators or facilitators of those PLCs. And so Mark did a great job, as he always does, of creating the monthly schedule of what that looks like, when we meet, where, what time, that sort of thing. And then another part of that being intentional and planned, or I should say intentional and protected. We have an internal sub-coverage system that we follow now, again, created by the smart people. I just say, this is what my vision is. Can you make it happen for me? And he always makes it happen for me. And what that looks like is our school secretary able to say, for example, there's an internal coverage need for the day because we may have a staff member who's out or absent. She's able to go to that date. She's able to go through to that grade level, to that teacher's schedule, and it will automatically who's during those class periods and who are not available because they are at their PLC time. And the teachers know that this is a rotation. And if for some reason you're called to sub back to back, they're still understanding of that because this work is so important to us that it's a really good system and they're able to see themselves because this is something that's shared with them. And so one thing that I also want to highlight is Dr. Mofinter mentioned earlier that students with IEPs are general education students first. So inclusion, top of the line, that's the top priority for us. We are pushing in, providing our SDI services. And then there are some, minutes, and then there are some times where small groups take place, but that's particularly during extension, which is something that is built into our schedule. We keep in mind our universal design for learning. I'm gonna tell you why I'm getting caught up, because this mask is hot. Let's try that again. So we keep in mind our UDL practice and equitable access for all students and learners. And then future opportunities, we have, there's a PLC Plus conference that is provided by free. Here in Madison, summer of 2026, so that's June 22nd through the 24th, that I have the opportunity to take 23 staff members to. Wow. And so we are going to dig deeper in that conference and really just learn how to enhance our practices and structures more, particularly around the co-teaching portion, because we feel like we have a good jump start on the planning and the co-serving now, co-teaching really well. I think that's it for me.
One thing to highlight that our PLCs look like, example from today at our 6th grade ELA team, taking a look at one of our mid-unit assessments, having all of them at the table, every staff member, ESL teacher there, CC teacher there, Reg Ed teacher there, myself there, student teachers there. Whether a student has an IEP, whether a student is multilingual, having all of the student work out. Some of the mid-unit assessments that we looked at, some students had sentence starters similar to what you heard in elementary school. Some students just had a checklist. Some students didn't have any of those scaffolds. Looking at how are these students doing towards meeting that standard? What scaffolds are they going to need coming up? What did we miss as staff? How are we going to continue to plan? Keeping those expectations, keeping the standards the same for all students. But making sure that we continue to meet the needs, making sure we continue to challenge and support students along that entire process. And having everyone at the table, like Principal May said, is so important for us because it allows everyone to be proactive in supporting students to make sure that the next day, the next assessment, whatever we are working towards, we're continuing to do our best to know what those needs are that students have, what are they showing, not just in forward testing data that we looked at, but that next project that they're working on, the next assessment that they're working on, the next day's classwork that they're doing.
Fantastic example. Was there anything that any of you? Thank you so much to all three of you for being here. We appreciate it, and the information that you shared was incredibly valuable. Actualizing how high quality special education services and inclusion in general education fosters growth for our students. Thank you.
I have some. I thought so.
Board Member Vandermeulen, we have a significant portion of this presentation left to observe. If you don't mind holding your
I
comments.
just didn't want to keep the staff longer if they didn't need to be, so I was just gonna ask their questions directly and then so they could be released and then we go on with the rest of it, but if you wish me to hold them, I can do that as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you for holding your questions. If you want to prioritize your questions for school-based staff as your first questions when we get to that portion, I think it would be greatly appreciated.
I will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Next slide. So our next slide is a visual representation of our district data. So as a reminder, with our forward data, we're only able to compare the prior 2 full school years at this time, because in 2023-24, the standard of what proficient was changed by the Department of Public Instruction. And so what we have to look at, so the very first on the far right, we have forward elementary ELA, or our reading and literacy assessment. So the elementary, all students are the red bar and yellow are our students with an IEP. So we saw a small amount of growth between 23-24 and 24-25. Similarly, the next column over is our forward middle school data, our ELA forward middle school data, a small amount of growth for students, all students, and then specific to our students with an IEP. For our 11th grade ACT data over that same period, for our English college readiness measure, we saw a couple points in growth for our scholars with an IEP, and also a couple of points growth for all of our students. Then the right-hand side of the slide is math assessments. So for elementary forward, our students with an IEP held steady. Across all students, we saw a small decrease in the percent of proficiency. For middle schools, all students saw a 2% increase growth, and our students with an IEP held steady. And then lastly, our ACT math data, across all of our students, we saw a 4% increase over the 2023 to 23-24 to 24-25, and our students with an IEP saw 3% growth. So across all of these measures of our standardized assessment scores, 4 out of the 6 did see increases for our scholars with an IEP. We're going to move on to the last topic for the special education plan updates, and we've included the topic of family engagement and the family experience as something that the board had specifically asked for. So I have joining me this evening our family ombudsperson. So Anna, do you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself for people who don't know you?
Sure. Too high for me. Hi, I'm Anna Moffett. It's good to see everybody for having me. My role is family ombudsperson in the Student Services Department. So I work with our families that have an IEP or a 504 plan. Just a little bit about my role. I do a variety of different things. things. I provide direct one-to-one support for families that may reach out to me with questions or concerns or who are referred to me by staff. I also work as a liaison between staff and families and sometimes staff from different departments. Many times concerns or questions that come do actually involve different departments within the school district. And so work with other staff members and departments, work through those things. I also about a bunch of the different things that I do, but I work with families.
Thank you, Anna. So Anna and I talk about our family engagement strategies and our family's experiences regularly. We also talk with the rest of our administrative team in student services. We have created presentations about this topic of family engagement strategies. We actually will be presenting information about our family engagement strategies to our families in our monthly meeting. So these are the primary ways right now that we are intentionally and consistently engaging families. We provide professional learning to our staff using data. Anna has provided a number of professional learning sessions for our staff. We send out a monthly letter to all of our families of scholars with an IEP with updates, as well as a family events calendar, information about transition services and opportunities for families to come and talk about what's happening for their students. We pride ourselves in the Madison School District in working to make administrators accessible. That includes myself, as well as the assistant directors. Anna just spoke a bit about her role. That is a role that's relatively unique to the Madison School District in Wisconsin. There aren't very many that have family ombudspeople. And I know that our families do appreciate having someone to go to who isn't an administrator sometimes. I try not to take offense to that. We have a post IEP survey that we conduct. So after an IEP team meeting, families get the opportunity to complete a survey. You'll hear about some of that data in a few moments. We also have, last year for the first time we've been utilizing the anti-racist IEP criteria for several years. Last year, we started a family survey and Anna has been conducting those. So she will share some information from that data. We host a family meeting every month. We, over the last 5 years, we've tried in-person, virtual, hybrid, and we have found that the very best attendance comes when we have a virtual meeting and we do it in the evening. So we host a family meeting on a topic of interest as provided by our families. We always have the slide deck available in both Spanish and Hmong, as well as English, and we have Spanish interpretation available for those meetings. And every month we typically have a number of families who access that Spanish interpretation. We have a special education advisory council. Anna and I worked closely together to create a system so that we have representation from across the district, across building levels, and across disability areas. We ask people to commit to a 2-year term. We run the in-person meetings in this room, and we run them using Robert's rules. That has proven to be relatively successful in engaging those family members to then go out and talk to family members in their schools. We also provide community presentations and have begun to support affinity groups for families of students with an IEP school. And I'm going to turn over the next slide, a couple of slides to our family ombudsperson, Anna Moffett.
So this is just data that I pulled from last year, and so anytime I initiate a contact with the family or family reaches out, then I start a tracker, and Nancy will talk a little bit about more like how the communication protocol goes. So I worked with roughly 80 families last year, which is great. That's up from about 40 the year before. So continuing to see it grow over time. Out of those families, 61% involved me in collaboration with Nancy or an assistant director of student service. And so Nancy can talk a little bit more about explaining how that comes together. When I work with the family, after I feel like I've closed out the situation with them and we've gotten to a point, I do send out a feedback survey at the end just to find out, was it helpful? I would say overwhelmingly families say that it's helpful, regardless of whether all of their concerns were resolved. They still really, really value having somebody reach out to talk to. And even when I might not be fixing the problem, they're still glad that there's somebody that they can talk to. And then 90% of the situations were resolved successfully last year. And I think that's important because we do have a lot of situations that working across are good resolutions for families. And that's based on what they're putting on the feedback survey. And and we did change the protocol a little bit this past year to test it out to see if we could be more efficient, especially because I'm working with all of the ADs and Nancy, the assistant directors. So finding a way that we can share information efficiently so that we can make sure we're getting the needs of the families met as soon as possible. So I don't know, Nancy, if you want to share a little bit about that.
Sure, I can share a couple of additional specifics. So at the start of this school year, the assistant directors, rather than being assigned to support levels, they were assigned to support feeder patterns. And also we found over the past couple of years working with Anna around family concerns that the assistant directors and I weren't always clear about what level of involvement would be helpful from us. And so the new tracking system that we started at the beginning of this school year is divided by feeder pattern. So if a family reaches out to Anna with questions or concern or need for resources, it goes into the tracking form that then is clearly delineated by feeder pattern. So if, for example, it's the memorial feeder pattern that a family where their student attends, then Julie Everett sees that information and is able to connect right away with Anna. It just has expedited communication. Another thing we included in the tracking system was just a pretty simple green, yellow, and red identification of the family's outreach. So if they were calling to ask for information from Anna, that's green because she provides them with information. And if they have concerns, but they're not immediate need for an administrator to become involved to address concerns, then it's yellow and the assistant director and I can see that. And we follow up with Anna to see how we can be helpful. If it's red, if a family is very concerned about something and wants immediate response from an administrator and someone at the school, then we see that right away. We look at this data every week and then we jump into support. So I think that that's been helpful just for all of us for, again, expediency of communication and working closely together to help when families have concerns.
And I did take some time to break out some demographic data from last year to look at what are the families that I'm serving. And so based on what the families identify, about 34% of the families identified as white, 29% identified as Black, African-American, 16% multiracial, 13% Latino, and 1% APOC. And so that's a good data point for me because I'm continuing trying to work with how can I better connect with our community because clearly their calls aren't coming in. And across the school, it's pretty consistent. But say the highest feeder pattern I have is probably West High School, but that's at 28%. So it's not significant. Oh, and I would say one other data point that is really promising. We do work a lot with other community groups and other agencies across Wisconsin. And I did have a conversation with somebody from WISP who also takes referral calls from across the state. And in 2024, she had 26 calls from the Madison School District. And in 2025, she only had 9. So she really felt like it was making a positive difference.
Thanks.
Excellent. And yes, another piece of my work is following up with families with the IEP criteria family survey. And so I really kind of commit to making 100 calls every month to families. I get a list of families of color that have their child's IEP archived. And so last year I did about 800 calls. I had a 20% response rate. So I had 162 responses collected. And really there we're looking at really folding in another piece of accountability to make sure families are being provided this document, which is really helpful, I believe, for families. And we're sitting at about 67% responded that they did receive it and it was discussed at their meeting, which is great because in previous years, I think we were sitting like first year was 15%, then maybe it was like 30%, but we're seeing it go up with the calls. I mean, I really appreciated doing this work. This has also provided me like another more natural touch point to connect with families. Because sometimes families don't realize that I'm a resource for them. So when I'm just calling them and saying, hey, I'm Anna, this is what I do, then they're like, oh, I'll do your survey, but I need to talk to you about this first. And so I've been able to connect with more families just by doing those cold calls with families in the school district. And again, these are all families of color.
Right. And really, this is a primary goal of utilizing the anti-racist IEP criteria was that our scholars themselves and their family members would understand what a strength-based sort of progress-oriented IEP looked like when they look at that criteria, and we want them to be able to tell us that their IEP is strength-based and progress-oriented and anti-racist. So it's really helpful to be getting some feedback from families, and these are some of the data points that we utilize for our staff professional development, right? So this is good, and yet I would love to see that 67% be higher, so.
Yeah, no,
And it has been going up
Yes.
since we launched the survey at the beginning of last school.
Sure, and I feel like in talking with families, I have met families that have felt like it is not appropriate, because I think there was concern that somehow families would find this to be useful, and that hasn't been the case. That has come out in the data and talking with families in the district.
All right, so this is for the prior to full school years. I mentioned earlier, we do conduct a post IEP survey. Family members get a link to complete a survey after they've had an IEP meeting for their child. And so in 23-24, you'll see the statistics there. We had 173 responses. 161 of those had comments. And then the demographics of the responses are outlined here. In 2024-25, we had more responses, but approximately the same number of comments. People typically make comments on these type of surveys, I think, as we know, when they either have concerns or want to share positive information. Both of the years, and similar to what Anna shared about her work with families, the demographics of respondents is relatively well aligned with the demographics of our school district. So that's encouraging to see, and what we hope to see when we conduct surveys or in the demographics of families who reach out to Anna. So next slide. Approximately 80%. So more than 320 family members made comments over that 2-year period, and approximately 80% were positive. So that was wonderful, and information that we share with staff so that they know that the families that they work with truly appreciate their hard work, and allowing families to be equal members of the IEP team, which is as it should be. However, approximately 20% of our respondents who made comments gave us some indications of opportunities for improvement. And when we analyzed the data, these were the 4 areas. So we've already begun some training with our staff. So one of them was approximately 20% of people said that they desired more proactive communication and updates. So rather than waiting for the annual IEP team meeting or the progress reports to come out, they wanted to hear positive information about their children, as well as just be engaged in communication. Some of our respondents said that when meetings were being scheduled, that their schedules weren't fully honored. And so we can share this with staff, because our goal is that we collaboratively work with families to schedule all of our IEP meetings or team meetings that need to take place. We know that families have jobs and other commitments, and so we want to work around their schedules. Some of our respondents had questions, were curious about the expertise of our staff. So we do know that we have had in the last 5 years more provisionally licensed staff, particularly special education teachers. And so some of the family members just had questions about how are we ensuring that we have staff who understand their roles and the tasks that they need to complete. And so we have looked at our professional learning along the lines of the comments that we've gotten, but also what our staff. in terms of their learning. And then lastly, some of our family members had questions about processes. Something that comes up regularly in special education is, why does it take so long to go through the evaluation process? We are very diligent in Madison about following the legally required timelines. But from start to finish, an evaluation for potential need for special education services can take approximately 4 months. That's allowable within the law. And that timeline is intended to ensure that we complete a very comprehensive evaluation for special education service needs and ensure that we do a good job with that. But that's something that comes up in comments a lot, is that families want that to go faster, but we need to take the time to make sure we do a good job. All right, so this is my last slide. And this as promised earlier, we've started to lay out the timeline and the steps for the development of our next special education plan. Prior to the current plan, the special education plan has been 5-year plans. So some of you may recall that our former plan before the current special education plan lapsed during the pandemic. So it went beyond the 5-year period, which is why we made the current plan a shorter time period. When we look to the next special education plan, we will look to another 5-year plan, and believe it or not, it will be 2027 to 2032. Hard to imagine, but that's where we would be going with our time frame of the existence of that plan. And what we're going to want to do is really look at the key data. So we've seen some of it tonight. Some of it is in your data addendum that Dr. Stanford mentioned a few moments ago. We want to look at that key data and think about, do the current goals make sense? What adjustments should we make? We definitely want to align with MMSD Excellence Together and align the timing as well as our key performance indicators. We're going to want to gather input from our community, our families, our students, our staff, about what is important to include in that special education plan. We're going to want to look at our root causes, the analyses that we're conducting now and will continue to conduct. So then by the fall of 2026, we will begin to gather reviews and input from multiple groups, offer opportunities for input and feedback, and make revisions to a draft. Then by the spring and summer of 2027, we'll get the plan ready to share. We'll polish it, prepare materials for distribution, materials such as those that we will want to use for professional learning for our staff, as well as to ensure that families understand what the new plan contains and ensure that we're ready for that communication and professional learning delivery when we start school in the fall of 2027. That's it for me for the moment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stanford, Dr. Gothard, Dr. Mofenter, and the teams from Marquette and Toki. Board Member Vandermeulen, I know your hand has been up for a significant portion of the presentation. We would love to hear your questions.
Yes, let me take that hand down first. It's a nice gesture, right? Nice addition. First, I want to thank Nancy. That was excellent. Her excellent presentation. Same thing. Anna was amazing. I expect and see and always have seen that Dr. Gothard and Carletra do an amazing job. So I'm already going to thank them anyway, but I wanted to thank people that I don't always get a chance to thank. I really appreciate everyone's hard work on this. For the Toki team, I'm thrilled with your work with the forward data. As someone who is still exceptional, who was told that I was not supposed to. My parents were told that I'm not going to use the word, that I could be the R word or I could be gated, and we had to choose. We've come a long way since then. I appreciate you treating every student like every student. My question is, you met bi-weekly. How long is your bi-weekly meetings and how long is the protected planning time?
It's about an hour. Bi-weekly, I mean, scheduling is the biggest factor in this. So science and social studies would meet every other week for about an hour. ELA and math meet weekly. UA team meets once a month. Special ed team meets every other week, and then our SCAs also meet as a separate PLC, opposite of the special ed team meetings every other week as well, but they're also included in the special ed team.
I additionally like that the classroom assignments are modified. I do sometimes worry on modifying texts because I want to make sure that people get everything that they need to get out of them. However, I think you've done it quite masterfully, and I think that's good. Sorry, Chair, there are a bunch of questions. I'm getting there. On how large is Toki, if anyone can tell me?
I don't have our exact number.
That's all right.
I would say,
Student enrollment?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like 470.
Yeah.
470?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to make sure that we could use what's being successful in the smaller school to our larger schools. And when you have, so I wanted to make sure, I know that Marquette is a smaller school, so I wanted to make sure with Toki being slightly larger, that the skills that they've used at Toki can be transferred to, say, a Memorial, a West, a Leopold, those kind of schools that have a larger population, which is the reason for the question. Sorry for being slightly obtuse. At Marquette, thank you, Toki, you did great. And then I have couple questions for Marquette. And Cindy, you could get this to me actually, so it's not, first of all, Marquette, you did amazing. Your frog thing, I got it.
Oh.
I think it was adorable.
Oh, thank you.
And as someone who couldn't hear so well because of processing issues and could only tell iambic pentameter by humming the Gilligan's Island, by the way, it's perfect iambic pentameter. I couldn't do it, so this would have been a heck of a lot easier than that, and I do appreciate. So thank you. Cindy, can you get me the allocation of special ed teachers at Marquette and Toki from last year? Because I want to make sure that we can do the staffing at larger schools and how we can scale that up. Clearly, we're having success in areas of the forward exam and reading and math where others we haven't, especially when you only have 7% growth in certain areas. So I think this could really, really help our students. So those numbers would be totally helpful. I really, really thank you. Now, my other questions are, Anna, you did a great job, and 801 calls. Oh my God. That's amazing. And I respect the heck out of it. So the majority of people, it seems like a large number of people are starting to answer the surveys. That is good. I appreciate that. And I think that this new tracking system seems to be one that's easier to follow, which is really positive. And I like how it's divided by feeder pattern. Now, my questions for Nancy are on the back, so forgive me. On seclusion and restraint, I appreciate your view that any is too many, because that's something that is, I realize we need to reduce disproportionality, but at the same point, I don't want anyone secluded. I don't care on disproportionality as much as I care that it doesn't happen to anyone. Because I worry about our students. I worry about our nonverbal students. This is work that I've worked on for a very, very long time, since 2002. And it's kind of my baby work. So I always am really concerned about that. Also concerned on the out-of-school suspension data, especially the number on disproportionality, the number of African-American students who are out of school suspended was incredibly large compared to the number of white students suspended. 1358 to 100, I believe. That's a large number. Is there strategies in place to possibly look at that? I'm not saying that we need to look and say we can fix everything immediately. I'm saying we need to see, is out of school suspension really helping anyone? Is it maybe we should keep them in school in an area where they can learn and be taught rather than just be put on shortened day or left? If that's possible.
Absolutely. So, I really appreciate the question. Thank you, board member McMillan. So we have enhanced our training so that it's expanded to additional staff and it's happening more frequently. And particularly our nonviolent crisis intervention training. A portion of that is online modules, and I personally go through them every year myself. They're some of the best training and reminders about how we as adults working with children aim to calm situations and support students when they are in distress to move through that distress without ever putting our hands on children. And so we've expanded the staff across the district who are utilizing those modules as well as the frequency. And then looking to utilize a different kind of a training along with our nonviolent crisis intervention training that stresses the utilization of materials such as pads if a student is in high distress, but we need to be with them to ensure their own safety. And so just to do that rather than, again, ever putting our hands on children to either restrain them or move them to a secluded area or have them in a secluded area. In addition, we have gone through with staff multiple times this year, thinking about what does imminent risk mean. So Act 118, I know you're very familiar with that, tells us that we exactly, we can only restrain or seclude students if there's an imminent risk of danger. And so we've just continued to further define that for our staff so that they're thinking about that when a student is in distress, how they're going to support them.
I really appreciate that. I'm thrilled on the anti-racist IEP work. In my opinion, the best anti-racist IEP is one that's followed to fidelity. You've probably heard me say that 3 million times. And I do worry about the 4-month timeline. I understand the need for legal, but I think we need to be more communicative with parents. And I think here's where DPI and I differ. And no offense, DPI, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't think you could quantify the number of students of what constitutes disproportionality in regards to IEPs. I don't want students of color not getting services because 17 more students, if we had 17 less, would be considered lack of disproportionality. Individuals have, say, learning disabilities. I want them to get help in learning disability. No, it should not be emotional behavior. We say that that was a catch-all category that should not have been used in that manner. But I don't want kids who truly need services not to get services because people are worried about the numbers. And that's something that I think MMSD is trying to do a good job at not doing it by the numbers. And the last question is one-on-one aids. A lot of kids are needing more and more support. Can we do one-on-one aids? Has that been looked to? Have we considered providing?
So IEP teams make a decision about the amount of support, and IEPs specify the parameters for when that support is provided. And so students, we definitely have students at all of our schools who require adult support in order to be safe and positively engage in school. And their IEP would describe when they need adult supervision, how closely that adult supervision needs to be and under what conditions. So maybe in what classes or what parts of the school day. It might be recess, it might be lunch, it might be passing times, and what the goal of that adult support is. We are also always looking to foster skill development. That's what we're doing as we're teaching our scholars with an IEP and working to help them understand the school routines and how to be safe at school and how to engage positively. So our goal is always teaching and then feeding adult support, but we certainly have students whose IEP teams make decisions about the level of adult support that they need, and that's well described in their
Good.
IEPs.
I just wanted to make sure, because some people are like, oh, it's not allowed, some people are, it's allowed, I'm like, I don't know. So I thought I should ask. Also, additionally, our one-on-one aids are available for extracurricular, like if the kid wants to be in athletics or wants to go to the prom, et cetera.
That is also an IEP team decision. So if a student is going to participate in a school-sponsored co-curricular activity, those are available in the middle schools and the high schools. Then the IEP team can discuss whether or not the student needs supports at that co-curricular activity. And if they do, then the district provides that support.
And do the parents have to bring it up, or can any member of the team?
Any member of the team can bring up supports that a student might need if they are or wish to participate in a co-curricular activity. I do want to clarify one point to your earlier question, which is that we also have a process in the district to identify if a student requires a medically fragile special education assistant or a special needs nurse. And if they are identified as needing that level of support, then that is specified within their IEP as well.
That's really helpful. I only have one more question, and that is, so these are mostly IEP decisions. Is there any way we can reach out to parents more? I know you've done a ton, but as a board, that how can we make our meetings more attractive to parents with students with special needs? And that's my last question.
Well, personally, Board Member Vandermeulen, I believe that you and your colleagues on the board do a fantastic job of ensuring that scholars with an IEP in our school district are a part of every conversation, and that their needs are also addressed through the processes of policy reviews and looking at the way that the money is used in the district. So I think that I hear from families a lot that they appreciate that our district and the Board of Education are paying attention to them and their students.
I appreciate that. And thank you guys for that. That's all my questions here. Sorry for so many. Thank you.
They were excellent questions. Thank you so much, Board Member Vandermeulen. You started asking questions at 6:14. It is now 6:28, and we will hear from Board President Nichols.
Oh. Chair Muldrow, I thought, Martha, okay, thank you. Let me take my hand down. Oh, blah, blah, blah. All right, first I just want to say how much I appreciate tonight's update on the plan. I just have a lot of gratitude for hearing, well, sometimes the brutal honesty about where we have not made progress, but also just hearing from the Marquette and Toki teams with like those real examples of what's happening for students, the ways that staff are collaborating and planning together was really inspiring. So my first question is, when I listen to Marquette, when I listen to Toki, the big theme seems to be intentional planning, intentional scheduling, and intentional collaboration. And that doesn't happen by happenstance. So my wondering is, if Toki and Marquette, in their own unique ways, have found ways to really strengthen that collaborative model, to plan together, to really look at scheduling and really think about what students need. Is there a way to spread more of that across the schools? And it's kind of to Board Member Vandermeulen's point, like it doesn't, like we're hearing of some shining examples, but it doesn't feel as clear to me yet, like how do we uplift that and ensure that more schools have opportunities to do something similar. So I don't know, Dr. Mulvender, if that's directed more at you or if there's somebody else. I know that it can be tricky because of each school has its own allocation of staff and the staffing can look really different. And each school has a very different enrollment, students who will need more support. So I know it's not like a universal response, but I am curious how, when we're hearing from schools that seem to be getting it right and working really hard to get good results for young people, like how do we as a system spread some of that? That's my first question.
Great. So, yep, and so one thing I will say is that I couldn't agree more that the specificity of the best practice examples that we heard from the Marquette team and the Toki team are really critical for other schools to hear and know and understand how to implement. So probably from my perspective, we'll be looking to engage some of the staff from Marquette and Toki in providing professional learning. What we heard described, so sorry, thank you, and please and thank you. But what we heard described are practices that we work hard to designate as best practices in our professional learning that we provide. So the scaffolding from core, how do we do that? How do we create materials, ensuring that we're maintaining the standards, but making it possible for students with various types of learning support needs to engage? And so to have some additional concrete examples, I believe is going to be helpful for our professional learning. Some of the other pieces that I heard from the teams around utilizing regular progress monitoring. We can't support students if we don't know where they are or whether they're making progress or not. We have to see if what are we doing? If what we're doing is working, then we want to continue it. If not, then we want to pivot. So I think these are some of the practices that we heard, and that intentional time together, planning to instruct together and progress monitor together with our general education teachers and across the disciplines. So we definitely want to use these examples to help other schools understand how it can be possible. And it is hard work, but I would look to both of anyone from either one of these teams to say that it sounds like hard work, and yet in the day-to-day, scholars are doing better, they're more engaged, they're learning, and staff have to feel better about the work that they're doing than at schools that don't have the strength of these systems yet. They can get there, but it has to be uplifting for everybody to see scholars engaging and learning.
Yeah, my day's easier.
There you go. There you go. So
When the kids
you put the
do it.
systems in place and then.
Right, so bingo, so you put the systems in place, and so my wondering is, when we have over 50 schools, what is the connection between the associate directors in your department, the associate superintendents or feeder pattern, and how is a collaborative approach to support schools that maybe haven't quite gotten there yet, to really help them design some of those systems for more coherence and planning support? Is there a mechanism in place right now that helps bridge that so that schools or school leaders and teams are getting more support around getting into that planning earlier than later? Because I also heard that, like, it's kind of looking forward as well to like, ooh, this is how our school year is gonna look, and somebody's kind of organizing when all of that is gonna happen. So is there a mechanism right now to bring our special ed department and our associate soups together with an eye on what schools need to do some of this planning and collaboration?
So there's a couple of different things that are in place right now. So a lot of our schools are leaning into C3 teams, which is what you heard them mention, which is around the and co-serve and co-teach. And that's where a lot of the intentionality happens with bringing the teachers and the special education teachers, regular education teachers together to do that planning. Also heard Chiba mention that there has to be intentionality scheduling. So one of the things that we're working on right now, middle school, right, is some foundational pieces around schedules for the school day across all of the middle schools. And their guidance that we also give to all the levels, so for elementary and middle, around what should be included in your block scheduling or in your scheduling throughout the day for elementary and middle schools. In addition to that, there's opportunities for professional development that we have when instructional coaches are coming together and they're sharing practices that are working well in their building, as well as when we have our principals come for professional development, specifically around our quarterly review of progress. They're joined by their coaches, they're reviewing data, but something that we also brought back this year is the consultancy between schools so that they can hear from each other around promising practices and things that can be duplicated at other sites or at other schools that we have as well. There was something else that I was gonna mention, C3. Principals, thank you. Also principal school visits. And so this month we will go on our second principal school visits. And what this is by feeder pattern. The groups get together, the principals get together, and they're actually visiting each other's sites, going into classrooms, having conversations around what they observed, and also talking with the principal of that building around what are the steps that you took to be able to see the implementation and the progress that your school is making. So we did our first one a couple of months ago, and we will have our second school visit next month. And so it's something that principals have given really positive feedback around just being in each other's spaces, seeing the live teaching, being able to then come back and consult with each other. And also, again, make sure that these practices are spreading across all 52 schools.
Thank you for that, Dr. Stanford. I'm gonna move on to my next question, but let me just say that, you know, a lot of the presentations that come to the board, depending on any particular topic area, there's always an emphasis on foundational practices. In order to get to the more tiered and kind of tiered scaffolded interventions. And I guess what I thought I was hearing in tonight's 2 school presentations is that there's something that seems pretty foundational. And to me, what I thought I was hearing was like, when you can get CC teachers, instructional coaches, like special ed assistants and your core teachers, like really talking to each other, really using progress monitoring and keeping your eyes and ears and all things on students, we can see results. And so I guess I would love to know at some point how we are doing a check for the foundational practices across our schools when it comes to like really good planning and collaboration for special education. You may have said that in some of what you said, Dr. Stanford, so I'm not negating what you said. But it does feel like when we invite schools to the table and they share these really promising practices, I hope that we're bringing them to the table as an example of what can be happening across the system with some intentionality. Okay, I know that I wanna, oh yeah.
That all schools have, at the beginning of the school, during the summer, have, special education planning. And
Okay,
so that is where some of that foundational work begins during those special education planning days. And
Thank
that's
you.
where, the staff can all come together, and start and set the foundation for the school year.
thank you. And are you do you know if like during those planning days, schools then are looking at like these collaborative models, thinking about scheduling, like some of the things that I heard in these two presentations?
Yeah, we're giving an agenda.
Okay, okay. Well, I appreciate hearing we're starting the year off with some summer planning. I'm gonna move us, because I know that Chair Muldrow likes, I wanna leave enough room for everybody else. Anna, it was great hearing you share out. Remind me again, when was this role created?
Well, I think I've been in this role for 4 years. Yeah.
2022 it was created? Okay, because I remember the board at that time had made sure that this position was created and added. And I do appreciate just hearing how over the course of the 4 years and you've been able to like lean in more and now you're tracking things, and hearing that families are being responsive. So really happy to hear how that has evolved over 4 years. I am curious if, because of the district's goals and commitment to reduce disproportionality, particularly for Black scholars, has there been any thinking about how to increase the amount of contact and relationship building with our Black family?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when we look at who's contacting me, it's been great to see that we're reaching a lot of our Black families. And I intentionally do that also in my role because I do a lot of outreach within the community. So if I hear of any events, I mean, like tomorrow, I'm gonna be out at Kennedy because they're doing a resource fair during the PTA, not the PTA, the parent teacher conferences. So I work with all the schools and quite a few of our community schools to make sure that I'm present at the different events that are going on.
Okay.
So that I can make sure that families have information that they need, to make the best choices for the kids' education. So I do a lot of that. And then Nancy and I also work with a lot of different community organizations, whether that's like the Urban League, if they're hosting different events, making sure that we're available there. And so I just try to make materials, introduce myself, put a face to the name. And so it's been fairly successful. I like I said, the one population that I just haven't had as much contact with is really with our Hmong community. And I'm still trying to figure out what the barrier is there. And so working with some of our people in the multilingual department to kind of talk about what might be preventing me from having those connections. But I mean, that's one of the best parts of my job is I get to go to all these different things to pass out information, talk with families and, just connect with people. Because I feel like that's the best way to build relationships, to meet them wherever they're at and not expect them to call me.
Yes, thank you for that. Okay, my last question is more for Dr. Mulfenter. So as I look at the plan, the plan kind of called out 3% annual improvement or a 2% annual improvement. Thank you for bringing the data. And some of the other data does show that we haven't necessarily improved in some of the goal areas. So as you're moving forward into a new plan development, what might be either a different approach you might take to understanding barriers, root causes, promising practices? I know that you still have to work this timeline, but yeah, what would you change about the approach to developing this plan, given this one? Yeah, maybe we haven't made as much progress in some of the goal areas as we would have liked.
Thank you for that question, for Nichols. One strategy that we've implemented this year that I believe we need to continue is to look at school level data with our program support teachers, the assistant director for the schools, and bring that to principals at regular meetings. Bring in our associate superintendent of school so that people can see how a school is doing in terms of each of the 3 goal areas. And that will help us to support the school with more targeted strategies. So not all of our schools have significant disproportionality. They certainly don't all have significant disproportionality across all of the areas. Not all of our schools had a decrease in inclusive opportunities. Some had increases. So I've come to recognize that across a large system, you mentioned that a few minutes ago, that if my school isn't represented in the data that you're showing, then I might not be as inclined to move forward with thinking about my own strategies within them. Or for my students that are on my caseload. So, and this is something we've been working together with instruction, and in their working disproportionality that they recommended, look at all of your data points by school so that you can work with those school teams around where they want to see changes happen, and have them identify, have school teams, staff from schools identify where do they want to start, which data points. You know, you can't ask people to do too much at once or else nothing gets done. So I think that it was really sage advice from the Department of Public Instruction. So we've begun that this year, and I do feel like it's yielded much more specific root analysis for each disability area, as well as our special education plan goals. So that's one thing that I would like to see continue. And also recognizing that when we built the plan and the goals and the percent increases, we were thinking about what we would like to see over the whole system. And that might not mean the same exact rates of improvement for all of our schools, but now we need to see who's improving where and who may need some additional support with implementing best practices so that we can see our scholars thriving, not being overrepresented in data for any of the disproportionality points here, ensuring that they do have inclusive opportunities, which is where we know students learn best. And that will yield increased math and reading proficiency rates. So that's one of the strategies. Also, I do believe that as we continue to host meetings for our professional learning community, which includes staff, school psychologists, program support teachers who are our special education coordinators in our schools, school social workers. And then we also have representation from curriculum and instruction attending. As we continue those meetings of our professional learning community and dig into school level data, that's where I see and hear those rich conversations about, oh, this is what our data look like. Oh, this is how we can make improvements. And some of the sharing that Dr. Stanford talked about in terms of consultancy is happening within that professional learning community. And I definitely see that growing. Recently, a group of staff from the district attended a conference around addressing disproportionality through systems change. And presently, there are a group of school or district leaders who are on the ground leaders, so instructional coach, math and reading coaches, our school psychologist leader in the district, developing a protocol for culturally responsive problem solving. So that's something else that's in the works in addition to that student success forum. So I see all of these strategies growing and having an impact. Whether or not we maintain 3 similar goals for the next special education plan, I think that input and feedback from a variety of groups is going to be important to tell us. I personally believe that increasing reading and math proficiency is one that we should stick with. The other 2, I had a colleague who works at the national level around reducing disproportionality that she has seen the best results when districts don't approach it in the same way that we have been. So not saying to folks, we have to reduce disproportionality, to board member Vandermillen's point, but more around how are we supporting our students to engage and be successful? What works for students, which is what we heard this evening. So I took that advice to heart and something that I will think about as we start to draft the next plan and gather feedback.
Appreciate hearing that. Thank you so much. Chair Muldrow, I'll be done.
Thank you. You started at 6:29. It is now 6:50, and we will hear from Board Member Saravo.
Chair Mulcher. All right. This is like my comfort space. I'm really glad that you guys came today and got to share a lot about what's going on at schools. Really comprehensive breakdown of a lot of different data points, ranging from stuff that we want to see. We're also like looking at the stuff that's really challenging to look at the same time. So I appreciate embracing all the really good things that are happening along with the stuff we really just need to have eyes on all the time so we can change those. I'm gonna work my way down because there was a lot of slides that we worked through. And I kind of made myself notes. I really liked having the examples here too. I was actually wondering, like, for parents, and this is something from, like, I'm just wondering because I have a 7th grader right now, so this was not too far in my rearview mirror. How do you let parents know like how their student is doing, like as far as giving them visuals? Like, I love that you brought the visuals here. How do you do that at school? Or do you still send stuff home? Like, what does that look like?
Well, I send stuff home, like once they complete their work, like they fill it out, and then at the end of our unit, they bring it home in their backpack, and I'll text their family and say they're bringing home their unit about Jackie Robinson. Like, go, you can look through it all. Yeah, so I send it home, or I text people pictures.
Nice. Do you have, if you're filling something out for a student, do you ever put notes on there or something for them? Like if it's more like talking through it, like how does a parent know how that was done? Or is it something, am I bringing up like different, like these are things I've had to think about before because I also have like a really close relationship with our teachers and whatnot. And I always like knowing like who was the buddy on that day or like who was working.
Okay, sorry, I can share. So to answer your question, like with the collaboration, like with the parents, making sure they're aware, like we said, when we send homework, I'll also like write comments on the page. Oh, we had this type of discussion, or or some with the scaffoldings as well. Kind of talking about, we'll show examples of what some peers in the class might be doing, what their students completed, and how we're helping scaffold that way. So it's making sure they're aware of everything.
Awesome.
And I think a lot of that conversation also happens during the IEP meeting, right? Where they're talking about where's the student currently at compared to like their peers and what their grade level are, but also supplementary aids and services too. So like that's like one annual way we're doing it along with the day-to-day kind of work.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the dig. Go ahead.
I was just gonna echo what Madeline said and say, like, we talk to families and kids, adults a lot, and we have good relationships with people, and it's kind of more of a casual way of being like, okay, they told me that, and then I wrote it down, or this is something that they wrote down, it's just an ongoing. Yeah.
It also varies on the student, and because we know some kids come home and they love to share all about their day, and some kids nothing happened. Especially for some of my students who like use like the AC device that complete assignments. Frog example, I send home daily communication that highlights parts of that student's day because they're not at the point yet where they can always share what's happened throughout the day. So then I can tell their parent and then they can follow up at home. So it really varies also by student.
I love that. I love the little notes that were on there because it gave me a little bit of insight as like how they got there. And it was something that was more daily because there was a lot of conversations during the annuals there. Awesome. On a middle school.
Yeah. On the middle level, I'd say it varies as well. So you could have staff members who are texting or calling, multiple times a week. I've seen plans that are set up where they're weekly communication or bi-weekly communication. There are the IEP meetings. And then we also, this particular school year, started a parent communication log. So where each grade level, we're able to go into this document because we want to increase, parental. So we're going into this to show 6th grade made this many family, seventh grade, eighth grade, whether it be by CC teacher, whether it be by, or just whatever reason, we're able to see that increase in communication. So it just varies. And then there are some who I have on speed dial, so.
There's lots of special parents out there. Thank you.
For good things, of course.
No, like communication is essential, and those little bits of feedback are just really valuable of knowing just that little bit extra. I made so many notes and decided like where to. You know, and stuff that everyone else said before me. I guess I was wondering, like, what are average class sizes in both your? Or do we, is that like ethnic?
Board Member Saravo, I want to just remind you that we will be talking about class size specifically in the next area. So that question might fit better in that topic.
I can bring that up then. You'd mentioned there was a protected time. How many of you had that?
That started last year with ELA and math and expanded across all content and ways this year.
So did you learn anything from starting it up to now, which made that more like valuable or more dedicated to not having that interrupted time?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Was there something that impacted that interrupted time where it was truly not interrupted? You know, like what, is there anything you had to change when you started it last year to this year? Does that make?
I think. So you're asking what changed from not,
Did anything have to?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I'd say yes, and that would be. And this is where I get a little emotional because I'm a very proud principal. Toki Middle School and the staff and their efforts. And so I just saw the impact that it made on our student growth and being able just to kind of close some of those gaps, and the forward exam results just let us know that the work that we're doing is absolutely working. We know that these are research-based practices, but just putting them into place, making sure that we hold ourselves accountable for what it is we're saying we're going to do. You know, every year, we try to come into the school year with some type of phrase or slogan. This year is show me the data. And so, you know. Show me the money. I mean, that's how you make those decisions, right? You have to be informed of the data. And so data is what showed me this was the right direction to go in. And so just getting all those at the table for leadership, the school-based leadership team, the folks who really go out and make the work happen for our building, sitting down and making those decisions together. So that may have meant taking away a staff meeting so that we're able to plug in individual meetings. Because we're all coming together. What's the purpose? When we can do more impactful things in an individual team.
Right, I hope that continues to trend in a really good direction for everybody for you.
Yes.
Awesome. I'll back over to you. Nancy, I saw a note that said that not all of our scholars have reading and math goals. Can you kind of explain that out a little bit? Of like, is there a certain, like, do we know exactly the subset or like why that's notable? Okay.
Yes, so thank you for asking that question, Board Member Bravo. So the data that we looked at related to reading and math proficiency rates for our scholars with an IEP included all of our scholars with an IEP, but only a portion will have in their IEP an identified need for a goal in one or both of those areas and services and progress monitoring. So IEP teams, as our fabulous PSD Emily Durst mentioned,
one of the things that IEP teams do at the, close to the start of the IEP team meeting is they look at the present level of academic performance. And it's one of the things we're looking at in our quality checks. Every student with an IEP has to have that information in their IEP compared to grade level standards, so reading and math. So if there are scholars with an IEP who are at or very close to grade level, some exceed grade level in reading and or math, so they wouldn't have a goal and service. So it's something that I wanted to ensure the presentation was clear. Sometimes people assume that just because a student has an IEP, they also must have a goal or be behind in reading and or math, and that's not necessarily. Sometimes our students are developing skills in other areas.
Just thinking about probably one that's a little bit hard to snapshot in here is our homebound learners. But we don't have a significant amount of them, and I know it's a little bit more challenging to identify all of the, not only the special ed services, but the gen ed that gets included in there. I think Madison tries very hard to be very intentional about it. I guess, have we ever looked at that in more of a snapshot way here?
So,
or is it too small?
Could you clarify? So you're asking about students who have an IP and also
our homebound learners, have those really been like
service
looked at specific in this case before?
Not that I'm aware of. The number of scholars in our district at this point in time who are receiving only home-based services is quite small.
Right.
So it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 total in the district. We do have some scholars who have some in-person time as well as some virtual or home-based time, depending on their specific disability. It's often related to medical conditions that a student has, but it's quite a small number of students in the district. The number of students who are receiving virtual services because they have other needs is probably greater, but home-based services in particular is relatively small.
Do you think?
And you're thinking about the general and special education portions.
Yeah, like how much access do they have on those? And I know it's a small number, but I think it would be good for us to appreciate or to just have like a baseline of what that is.
Sure.
At some time. So I just wanted to put that out there. Something for us to look at.
Definitely, yes, and some of our scholars who receive all or most of their services are engaged in learning virtually, participating in general education classes, but I will definitely make a note to get that data together to the degree that we can. Based on the cell size, if it's too small, then we're not able to provide it, but I will definitely analyze that for you.
I appreciate that. I know it's more challenging to get that cohesiveness that we have going on at the building in that kind of environment too. But because there's not a lot of them and the number just in general is very small. I think it's great if we can find out how we're doing and have some highlights out there for them to learn from each other too, which is actually probably very hard for them to have that close collaboration that some of our other teams. And I'm going to jump over to you for a minute. Thanks for coming today. I love the work that you do. Also because I was part of the original group that requested your position be made, and I really appreciate it. Finding ways to collaborate across bigger systems like this thing is really important. I was wondering, did you able, like I know we requested, so Mantel Mamas had requested a family ombudsperson. It was like back in like 2019, right before the pandemic. We modeled off an Eau Claire version of it, and they had already had theirs for like 3 years. I'm wondering, your position has probably changed a lot over the years. I'm wondering, did your position start in a way that felt, how does your position feel from where you started to where you're at today? Kind of like your job description, I guess, like just the interaction that you have with families and where has it gone?
I think, I know my position is not completely the same as the Eau Claire one.
Right.
There were certain that were different in my position when I came into it than what it was at Eau Claire. I think if I would look at trends over time, I still am doing a lot of one-to-one direct support with families, but I'm also doing, I would say, more of what I would consider community outreach. Being in our schools and working with school, you know, just being more present in schools, and then also generating materials to provide to families based on feedback. And, you know, with time, when we went through it, I've become more involved with facilitating things like the Special Education Advisory Council. And then I've also now really taken the lead on our affinity groups for families at schools. So, I mean, I think what I've really appreciated about this role is that we've taken what families give to us and say, here's what we need, here's what we want. And then we work together to try to create those things in the district, and it's always changing. And you know, we're trying to give it time. Sometimes we don't get like success in the first year that we're hoping for, but we kind of are like, we're committing to these strategies that we're going to try to engage families. So I would say initially when I came in, it was very focused on that direct one-to-one support for families as in a liaison role or ombudsperson. I think now I am still doing that work, but it's also much wider than that, where I'm working in other different family engagement strategies outside of the one-to-one support. I would say that's been a change. And so, I mean, it's been interesting to see how the role has grown in different ways. So, you know, I think it's always going to be and it's, I think, important. It's different from district to district because our families have different needs, they have different wants. And so that's always one thing that Nancy and I really agree on, is that we're really trying to center what the families are asking. And sometimes that could be hard because you can be like, oh, well, I think I know what you need. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to have people come and tell us, okay, this is what we need. And then we try to work around that to create that for families. And, you know, kind of to go back to what you were talking about, Michelle, or board member Nichols, I think however you know, we're trying all these different options of how to interact with families, you know, whether it's through the Special Education Advisory Council that gives us a lot of great feedback, which we'll at our next meeting talk about. Do they feel like the board is, you know, do they feel like the board is listening to their concerns? Are there different ways to do outreach with the board? So we try to go to them to get suggestions, right? And then I'm in the schools a lot, so working with those family liaisons about what they're hearing from families, what they need from us, and then just with the broader community, working with different groups to find out what they're hearing. So yeah, it's evolved over time. I'm guessing it's going to evolve as we try different strategies and that type of stuff.
I just hope it like stays. I know that the one that was modeled off of is very connected to families. Certain ways I'm not. I want to make sure that the intention stays with a lot of that direct communication. So that's exactly that's what a bridge is for. You did mention that it's like tangible. That was one of the things that they had that I really loved is that there's a brochure of sorts that really gave a lot of information so that families didn't want to have like a full conversation. There's at least something that they could have. Do we have something like that that gets handed out that kind of goes through some of the base pieces? Because I think I've seen like some of this over time. Is there something that's more comprehensive at this moment?
I think this summer, the plan is we did have the fair model that was provided to us. That was, in my opinion, a little too much in one book for a family. And so we've been working with Wanakee. They have one that's a little bit more condensed. So that's a goal over the summer to get that going. And I did bring these for you all because one thing that we hear from families a lot is they really don't know what resources are available. And that's something that comes back on like our feedback survey. So we did put together this. These are always available for you all if you come up to students or want to look at them, and there's an electronic version as well. So wherever I go, Nancy knows I'm carrying a bunch of these in my backpack and handing them out because, you know, families really want to know what resources are out there. And I would say that's also evolved in my role is I really don't do as much within the administrative realm of like, look, you know, I don't know, Nancy, how you could describe it. If a family comes to me, there's
Legal compliance.
yes, legal compliance. Thank you. That's not my role. I'm really trying to look at and assess what the different needs are. If it's legal compliance they're looking for, then that's when I'm interacting with the ADs. If it's community support or just somebody to listen, that's where I come in and try to wrap around the family. I'm a really firm believer that schools can't do everything. And so we have to be making sure that we're not only talking about what's happening in school, but also making sure a lot of our families are connected to resources on the outside. And I think similar, you will see disproportionality about how connected families are to resources based on a number of different factors. And that's the reality. So that's really one of the things I aim for is to close those gaps so that we have all families accessing resources in the community.
And I like talked about WISPy. I've seen that most people in this room knows what that is. That and facets, there's like so many great resources. Themselves.
Wisconsin statewide parent educator initiative. I don't, they need
Civic to special education.
They need to change the name.
And very, very long. And I can't, that being a mouthful, as is the 801 phone calls like that you made. Are you guys gonna change over to something to have a different option for going through or connected families like texting or something to that effect? For people who don't pick up the phone and you want to get feedback?
So it goes out as a survey link.
Mhm.
Both of our surveys do, and they can also be completed over the phone. So Anna follows up, she'll follow up with families who haven't completed it via the link to try to, again, have a more personal touch point and just to see if people are willing to give some feedback to us. And most of the information that we're sending out to families now is going through Parent Square. So that's been a changeover for the department and something that we've been helping families to understand. If they say, hey, where did your monthly letter go? It's in Parent Square now. And so, I mean, but you know, it's just, it was new. So people are getting used to it, but I'm getting fewer calls about where did your family letter go? How do I know about the family meeting? So, that's good. People are catching on to the new system.
Oh, for sure. And so your post IEP surveys went up significantly too. 173 to 350, that's a big jump. Was there something done differently or did you just get a lot of feedback?
We
Don't know.
encourage our special education case managers to tell families that it's coming. And so maybe I think some of our professional learning has focused on that. So I'm hopeful. That's anecdotal. I don't have any concrete data on that, but I think the more we talk about it with our special education managers, the more they know that they should mention it and even offer to administer it in different ways, and hopefully just reminding parents this is coming. I mean, we all get a lot into our emails and into our phones, so.
Yeah, I remember one time it was less than 100. I don't know if it was part of one of them, so you can send as many as you want, but your feedback it's gonna be lacking if you don't have it. Gosh. I think the last thing that I wanted to kind of land on is probably maybe one of the some of the trends that are not going and are upward trending. And I'm also thinking about what is inclusion. I know inclusion by you guys talk about like within the classroom, and I'm always just trying to say meaningful inclusion, because even if we're in the classroom, what are we doing? How is that being intentional? But man, I'm looking at those high school numbers hard. And like I think it's great when we're learning to read, when you read to learn, like when you're going on those trends, but it's just a lot to take in, because that's a really low number. Something that we really need to tackle. Do you, like, what are your, I mean, we've got a long plan out there going, you said going into 32. Do you see something changing intentionally, or do you see a trend of how can we get out of that?
So
I don't know. That's a big answer.
specific, to- yeah, so specific, I just want to make sure I understand
Yeah.
the question. Specific to ensuring that the downward trend for high school inclusion numbers doesn't continue? Is that,
I guess I'm wondering, is that tied to like the ELA and math? You know, proficiency, like what are they tied together? And
yeah,
what can we do to change that?
yes, which is, I think, one of the reasons why as a district, we're so firmly committed to increasing proficiency rates in reading and math. Is that at the high school level, when IEP teams are making decisions about student schedules, their proficiency rates are sometimes considered in terms of whether a student will be in education classes or in special education classes. I think our conversations about standards-based learning are also really important. We heard from the Marquette and Toki teams that we can maintain the expectation of meeting standards for students, and we can also provide the accommodations and modifications that students need to work to make progress toward grade level standards. So I think these are the conversations that we have to continue, and I think that across leadership in the districts, principals as well as associate superintendents of schools, we have to be talking about how do we support our general education to understand that meaningful inclusion for students is going to yield the best results. And it helps everyone, it doesn't hurt anyone. So I think and digging into the data by school is going to help us see where, I mean, it may be that 2 out of the 4 of our high schools saw increases and not decreases, and we need to know that in order to know where to target our support for understanding and professional learning for our staff, general education as well as special education.
Just thinking about that too, about if you increase inclusion, there's also is our planning time for teachers also increasing with that, or has it always increased together, or has that ever been connected? I don't know if that's something that we look at.
I guess I would turn to my colleagues from our schools. I think it's the way that the time is utilized, but I'm curious about increases in time to plan together. That, you know, how have you all impacted that? Sorry. I was like, okay. So just, yeah, I'm curious about, did you need to make any changes to increase time, or was it really about the way time is being utilized for collaborative time?
Right, just making sure that, so at it's different at elementary and secondary, just the way that planning works. And then just making sure that the special education teachers, general education teachers, as well as instructional coach, have that collaborative, that same planning time. So they're available at the same time on the same day, so they can plan to throughout the school year.
Have either of your schools, like I went to a reading, oh goodness, what was it? Lowell Elementary has some reading tutors that pop in, and it's a collaboration with like the Goodman Center. Iris helps with their program. Do either of your schools have any tutor reading programs? It's a general unknowing answer.
And so we have a partnership with Urban League, who brings in a tutor coordinator and who also does some direct tutors and provides what we call Work to Win Club, which is after school, basically homework help. And I noticed this year the 6th graders really look forward to Work Club after school, so.
That's awesome. When I was at the event, there was a lot of people that were interested in doing that. I thought it was really a neat way to Cause when I'm looking at those endings, those ending scores, it starts so early, to try to connect kids to reading and math, and if we're doing it more intentionally from a little on. But it's and it's hard to look at right now, but having other people engaged during the school day in those tutoring programs, and I did some volunteering when my daughter was in elementary school, just to go and be part of that as well. And it was really interesting to get the range of readers and to understand what they need. I think they just liked engaging with another adult who they normally didn't see either. I hope we have more of those programs that pop up in schools. I think they're really valuable.
I can add one more thing to the planning. I think we're really lucky that like our administrative and core team, they find time for us to plan, and like those staff only days, like they build in collaboration between ourselves and general education teachers. So that really helps.
Great.
And then when we have to, get creative with the accommodations you saw, a lot of this does happen at home. Especially like with those workbooks we create, because we try to front load a lot of it. I mean, that's just hours on the weekends, you have on a show, and then you just sit there and look at, what Yale gives us and then what our students need, and creating those different versions for multiple different students, because, one version will not work for all the students. So sometimes it's creating, 2 or 3, but then that allows them to access the instruction during the school day. But a lot of our work is done also. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
But it works out in the long run, which is great. That's what we want.
Yeah, it works great for the students, and we're proud to do it, but it's hard and it takes a lot.
Board member Saravo, I want to check in with you. We're about 30 minutes into your questions, and board member Mosner Feltham's hand is up. Do you have a sense of how much time you need?
That was the
All right. You started at 6:51 and it is now 7:22. We will hear from board member Mosner Feltham.
Thank you, Dr. Mulventer. Thank you to everybody, especially the school staff who came. I want to congratulate everybody on your successes. I want to address really quickly my colleagues on the board. In the questions that I've heard so far, I'm really gratified to hear a lot of overlapping questions, which are like, okay, these structures are really important. This time is really important. How do we do this? And I want to appreciate administrative staff who's saying, oh, well, we're getting people together, they're talking and they're learning together. So I want to appreciate all of that. And now I want to ask just like a handful of questions about like the actual experience to school level staff. My first question was like, this is amazing. When did you do it? And you already answered that. And I want to say, that's not acceptable. Not you as an individual, like I'm a teacher too, I do it too. But we have a system nationwide that like runs on unpaid labor of women, and that's not cool. And we need to be aware of that when we're talking about what it means to be under or over allocated. I'm really not trying, I didn't mean to be like, that's unacceptable. I'm really sorry.
It has to get done though.
I know it has to get done.
And so
I'm like really, I
don't do too much outside of school.
I'm with you, like truly, I've been up late lesson planning too, and like, it is what has to happen, but that's not, we can't say that that's just like fine. And like, oh, it has to happen, so it's fine. Like the need is endless and limitless. Because we're talking about people's learning, and we have to find a model that like understands what the temporal budget in a school year or a school day is for the adults who do the work, and make sense of that, and make that work. So questions I'm curious about continuously is like our PD model across many departments, and I'm looking at you, but I shouldn't, I'm just thinking out loud to my colleagues mostly. Our PD, how much time do we allocate to it, right? How many hours of professional development do we expect for teachers to do? And what are the things that we want them to do in that as a system? And is that, are we over allocating our PD hours? My suspicion is yes, right? That's how you end up with things like squeezed into 45 minutes that really need 4 hours. I mean, I think that if we know that what makes this quality work possible is intentional, structured time, then we need to act like that's what matters across the board and figure that out. And that's a long-term plan. I don't expect anyone to have a problem, like an answer or a right away solution. But when I think about like looking towards the future, what makes public schools wonderful It's like being realistic about that and not just expecting that work to happen outside of contract hours. So, can you, Mark, tell me just like a snippet of like one of the like a conversation in one of these PLC meetings? Like you would say, "Hi, thanks everyone for coming," and then they say, "Let's get to," like, could you just give me like a little like
Yeah.
get the picture for me?
I would say most conversations start with, I mean, we'll do a quick check-in because we're human and that's what's needed in order for a group to come together and be collaborative. Every group is individual.
Yeah.
So every group's needs, the makeup of it's different. And that's really important that not every PLC group is exactly the same, even within the same building, even with the same grade. What is consistent is talking about what are the goals of the group, what are the standards we're going for, what is the assessment that's coming up, and how are we gonna get there. So looking at what is the path getting to that end goal. It might be a mid-unit assessment, it might be a summative coming up, it might be an essay, whatever it is that we're going for, that's the consistent piece across every one of the PLCs. Because as staff, if we don't know where we're going with something, then we're just talking about different activities that we're doing. Might be really fun, but having that common understanding so that the BRT, the CC teacher who might be supporting 3, 4 different subject areas in classrooms. If we're all on the same page of what's going on, then you can be popping, I mean, Kelly, you experience it every day, popping from ELA over to math and then to social studies. Having a sense of, okay, I know where we're going with this allows everyone to be on the same page, to be able to then backwards plan, okay, here's what's coming up tomorrow or the next day. Or here are the scaffolds that we need to put in place of this longer term essay that we're writing. I would say those are the consistent pieces that we're talking about. And then reflecting, okay, what worked, what didn't work, and then what do we need to celebrate? Those are the pieces that you're gonna find across all policies.
Okay, thank you. When I look at your sample PLC schedule, it's a little bit hard to see. Is this ELA 678?
Yes.
Okay, so you're facilitating 9 teams?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I would say with that, you'll see on there math. I mean, we all need support with that. The work that Kay Hunter has done as a teacher leader for middle school math, the work she's done these past few years, not only supporting our teams, but myself as well, having her in the building, coming to those PLCs, helping facilitate those and helping me learn as an instructional coach, not just at our monthly meetings as instructional coaches, in the classroom with the teachers supporting those conversations has really helped me learn as an instructional coach, taking those same conversations then to ELA, science, to social studies, because it's all based on whatever those standards are and helping guide and facilitate those conversations.
Thank you. Speaking of standards, I can't totally see, is this, what is linked at the bottom of each one? Where it says like ELA mark 6, then it has teacher thing as a link.
So that we have tabs at the bottom of that document to record our notes or to just kind of place in some of our.
Okay,
We
so it
have
goes to
running
your note taker?
for all of those PLCs.
Got it. I looked, they looked like maybe they were standards and I was gonna be just like.
If you go into those tabs, then you do have the frameworks for each of those and the standards and other resources to help staff just be more efficient with their time of getting the resources that we need.
Cool. Well, this is obviously beautiful work, so well done. Okay. Yep, those, I think that might be it for me. I really appreciate your insights. I really appreciate the peek under the hood. It helps me think about what questions I need to ask to understand our system broadly, as a board member. Again, congratulations on all that good work. I really am grateful that you came and thank you for your work. Thank you, team. That's it for me, Chair.
You started at 7:23. It is now 7:29, and we'll hear from Board Member Castro.
Thank you so much. I have 2 questions and 2 requests. My 2 questions are, how are students with behavioral disabilities diagnosed and evaluated in our schools? And how are they re-evaluated as they go on through our education system? And then in in our system, in our processes, how are we ensuring that parents are receiving the communication touch points as they become necessary or required by the IEP? Is that through like our coaching cycles, or is that by the building leader or the ombudsman? Just what are we making sure to ensure that those communication touch points are happening?
Thank you for your questions, Board Member Castro. So starting off with question. So in Wisconsin, approximately 5 years ago, the requirements for evaluation for a student under the category of emotional behavioral disability changed. And the additional requirement became to provide 2 evidence-based interventions and collect progress monitoring data prior to identifying a student as having an emotional behavioral disability. We have significantly seen our overall number of students who are being identified as having an emotional behavioral disability decrease, I believe in large part to the change in the criteria or the requirements for that evaluation. The Department of Public Instruction did not require that we utilize the same process for reevaluations. However, as a school district, we made that decision. So for reevaluations, we require the same evidence-based interventions be provided with data in order to continue qualification under emotional behavioral disability. And so I believe that due to the action steps of the Department of Public Instruction and the fact that we require that the evidence-based interventions for reevaluations, we have seen an overall decline. So recognizing that what I shared about the number of students that would need to, Black students that would need to not be identified wasn't very large in that category. Our overall number of students served in that category has decreased significantly in the last 5 years. So in order to ensure that students are getting what they need, we have done great work in the district. We have expert staff members who have done great work developing a process for the conduct of functional behavior assessment, which help our staff to understand the function of behaviors for students so that they can more effectively address the functions of the behavior. So we actually some of our staff and their work are being recognized statewide through conferences and et cetera. So that's an area in which I think we have begun to do some really good work and will certainly make concerted efforts to continue. In terms of communication touch points, our professional learning opportunities for our staff includes discussions about ensuring that communication is happening with families. That can be built in specifically to IEP teams. So an IEP team can determine that there will be weekly communication with families from the special education case manager. Sometimes a document is created that gathers information from each teacher of a scholar, and that is shared weekly with families. So IEPs can indeed, as you shared, Board Member Castro and shared and asked simultaneously, I think, can be built in so that that level of specificity happens on a weekly or regular basis. And I don't know if any of our school team members who are here would want to share any other strategies that you're using in your schools to ensure that communication is happening, that the communication flow with families is the degree to which they want it to happen.
I know I already shared, but like I said, I just based on how much that student is able to communicate. And that they really appreciate.
I would say when I reach out to families before the school year starts in August, when we have our special ed planning days, I make a
Google Doc, and when I talk to every family, I ask them, how frequently would you like me to communicate about your student? What is the method that you would like me to use? Do you want an email? Do you want a call? Do you want a text? And I find that families generally say, like, if something happens, like, I want to know right away, but otherwise, like, weekly communication is fine. So there are some families that I do communicate with daily, families of students who have check in, check out, or point sheets, behavior sheets, that want to see their student's point sheet every day. I will send a picture of it to them, and we have a little conversation about anything that they want to discuss further with their child. Otherwise, I try to communicate with every family at least once a week, and more as needed. But it's really kind of determined on an individual basis of what families want and what their students' school day kind of dictates.
Thank you. That's great information. Sure. Yeah, that's me.
Got it. Thank you. I asked those things because it has been a point of concern I've heard from Black parents that the communication is not always there for whatever reason. And the other question is, as I'm sure we know, that there have been times where the labeling of a behavioral disability has been used as a crutch for some students in lieu of those students not receiving support elsewhere, or bias in the system. And so my last two requests are in a follow-up, either weekly update or at a later instruction group meeting, is seeing this data disaggregated by free and reduced lunch status and by students whose second language is English. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Board Member Castro, you started at 7:30. It is now 7:37, and we'll hear from Board Member Pearson.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be brief. Thank you all for presenting. Thank you all for presenting. I've had the liberty of seeing great work at Marquette specifically multiple times, so I appreciate y'all showing me your room and all the resources and all the games and things that y'all put together and create. And with that, to Blair's point, I think, you know, as a board member, we think about what other investments that we need to make, whether budgetarily or through policy, to kind of help support, well, not kind of, to help support the work that y'all do. And so I just would be interested in knowing just what other supports you all need to get the work done. Y'all are doing amazing work, and I know that we made an investment previously to add more SEAs and things like that, and increase the wages for folks. But we all know that that is just a temporary fix. And so what other, I guess, investments or things y'all would like, if you could have them, that would help support your work?
Pay us more money.
Got it.
But seriously.
No, that's a real one.
I would say, just off the top of my head, just like how Madeline, as you see that what she's creating on her own, and that's happening at Marquette. But what Madeline is creating at Marquette could be used at any elementary school anywhere in district. So instead of Madeline, there should be like maybe somewhere centrally that work is done. EL or any other curriculum doesn't come, you know, pre-made like that. And it takes a unique skill to be able to do that, to be able to modify the work so that you're not taking the rigor away. You know, it's still aligned to the standard, so the student is still learning what they need to, but like, so it's happening more centrally. And then kind of pushed out to the schools and at every level. So not just the elementary level. So I think that's really important, and it's based on like students' individual needs. I want to make sure that that's, you know, clear, because it's not one size fits all.
Right.
So it's based on students' individual needs. And I would also say, yeah, more money, not in terms of like my paycheck, but like just more money toward special education as a whole. I know that there are restraints budgetary restraints when it comes to, you know, what the state does, you know, things like that. I fully understand that, but I do, you know, each year, sometimes, you know, every couple months, like it depends on, you know, students' individual needs and what we need to do to support individual students. And sometimes students need more, sometimes more support, sometimes students need less, but just knowing that we have the support to be able to do that, and we're not so confined by like things that just aren't there when we need those things, I would say.
I appreciate that. Appreciate that. And feel free, any other folks that want to respond to that.
Now, that was going to be my response as well, that sometimes we have, you know, we do deep dives into students' IEPs to see what their needs are. And there could be a situation where the needs of several students may possibly outgrow or outnumber or outdo the allocation of staff, but we just have to do what we can to be creative, and make those caseloads as manageable as possible.
Thank y'all all for stating that, and I think it leads right into like what I'm gonna say as in terms of my comment. Because I think I mentioned last board meeting, at our regular board meeting, we were talking about social emotional learning and not. One of the biggest things is that been visiting some schools and looking at like caseloads and needs that you all have at like every day at the school level. One of the things that I mentioned is that how much support, not just through funding, but also through allocation, also through support from like central office and helping develop some of these things, kind of to your point, principal. How you by your last name? Okay, by your first name all the time, so all right. What Becky mentioned of just, you know, having things that can be widespread in the development, taking things and supporting those that are developing it and what distributed in multiple places, to the point of not every. The point of having 9, or the one person having 9 type teams is a lot to have for one person. You all, small and mighty team of 2 folks creating curriculum and kind of taking on the support of all the students within your school. It's a lot. And I think if we want to make sure that our kids that are most vulnerable and need the support are supported holistically, that requires more people, requires more resources. So to the community and to the state legislature, we need full reimbursement for special ed. And I think whoever is watching this, and hopefully people can utilize this later, but I mean, we're seeing folks doing this work in real time. Our kids are struggling in real time, and they need all the support and the money to be able to make that, to ensure that they are doing well. And I think for me, it's a call out to the legislature, call out to folks, but also just a kudos to all the work that y'all do, and it should be definitely funded. So thank y'all.
Chair Mulder, could I just make a comment? Quick.
Absolutely.
Thank you all very much. And Vice President Pearson, I couldn't agree with you more. One of the narratives many times, and I'm not, by the way, saying that you are saying this, is that special education isn't funded. And that's true, but that doesn't mean that they aren't following laws, legal guidelines, policies in making sure that they're staffed accordingly. And we do that subsidizing our regular education general Fund 10 budget. And you know, the irony of this is how hard and diligent you all work to make sure that our students are education students first, that they are included, and the lack of systems across the board, not just in special education, but that combination, that true school collaborative culture where we've got you, we're missing pieces. So I don't disagree with the lack of funding, but I don't want the community to ever feel like this is a special education issue. It's not. It really is. You all work incredibly hard. I think, heard me say this enough. I think the Madison Metropolitan School District it's always been a district valued and truly works hard. We've certainly had some challenges recently. There's no doubt about that. However, I just want to make sure that the community understands that this is really not funding special ed, or it's really funding public education so that we can do our work.
Thank you, Dr. Gothard. Board Member Pearson, you started at 7:38. It is now 7:45. I'm going to add myself to the queue. I have 3 questions. Sign language as language immersion. Have we considered implementing sign language as part of the language immersion experience at all of the elementary and middle schools within the La Follette feeder pattern? I believe this could provide significant benefits not only for our hearing impaired students, but by reducing feelings of isolation for all students. It would foster a more unified community and enhance communication skills and tools, allowing all children to play and interact more effectively. We've talked a lot about making sure that all students are general ed students. And I think that lends itself to the social experiences our students have. All of you know, I grew up in self-contained special education. I really appreciate that we are trying to change that. I want to know what that means for our students who are hearing impaired.
Thank you very much for the question, Chair Muldrow. So currently, La Follette High School offers sign language as a class. And I know a number of students who have taken and are taking the class. I try to get there 2 or 3 times a year for events that celebrate our students who are deaf and hard of hearing, and students who are not deaf and hard of hearing but are taking those sign language classes come to the events. And so I have an opportunity to talk with all of them together, communicate with all of them together, and that's very much appreciated at La Follette. We did have sign language as a class at Senate, but because of low enrollment, it was discontinued. This does not mean that I don't think we shouldn't try other ways of including sign language as an option for our students who are not deaf or hard of hearing so that they can communicate with their peers. And we have not thought about this at the elementary level, although I do know that with our sign language interpreters and teachers of the deaf who are in those classes, that they are interacting, and students who are not deaf or hard of hearing are picking up signs and ways of communicating with their peers through the model that we have. So I do think we need to continue to think about it. And I'm also incredibly proud of the center-based deaf and hard of hearing services that we provide at Henderson and Senate and La Follette, because our students who are deaf and hard of hearing have peers who are deaf and hard of hearing. We know that in deaf culture, that's incredibly important. And simultaneously, they're included with students who are not deaf or hard of hearing and are able to have friends and peer groups and be in classes all together. So I think it's a wonderful question and something for us to think about as a district. And simultaneously, I think there's a lot to celebrate in how we support our students who are deaf and hard of hearing.
I greatly appreciate your answer, Dr. Mofenter. I do want to say, I want to think really critically about what it means at Henderson specifically to have, an entire school have access to learning around sign language, and to really integrate sign language into our language, the languages we teach as a district. It is sad and disheartening to hear that it was discontinued at Senate. And part of the reason is because we struggle to fill those roles that require somebody to know sign language. And so there is a part of me that hopes we take this into consideration in terms of our grow your own efforts. My second question. Screening for dyslexia. What measures are currently in place for screening students for dyslexia? How can we ensure appropriate supports are provided in both math and literacy? I've heard over and over again that letters or sounded out or hooked on phonics is not particularly effective for students with dyslexia or students who are hearing impaired. Addressing this early is crucial for helping our students thrive academically. Talk to me about what this looks like.
Sure, so, so parts of your question, I will be able to answer this evening, and some parts I might need to gather additional information to ensure that I provide a thorough response for you. So we know at the elementary level that Act 20 requires us to have a diagnostic for our students who score below the 25th percentile on the screeners. And so we have one of the options that we make available to our qualified staff is the Wechsler Individual Achievement Test, 4th edition. That test has a dyslexia index. So that's a diagnostic that our staff use to determine if a student has the characteristics of dyslexia. We also utilize within the district, within our evaluation processes, we utilize a Kaufman academic achievement test that also has a dyslexia index. Per the Department of Public Instruction, in order to identify a student as having a specific learning disability, which may be dyslexia, there's a range of specific learning disabilities. We are required to provide a minimum of 2 evidence-based interventions and collect progress monitoring data. And that is all happens through the IEP team based on the specific skill gaps that a student is displaying. And so we kind of have these parallel tracks running, right? Where Act 20 requires us to have the diagnostic, but then from there, a student might or might not go into a special education evaluation during which they would get a minimum of 2 rounds of evidence-based intervention in reading, but the same also applies for math, reading, writing, and math. That's what the Department of Public Instruction requires for us. So I know that based on getting this question in writing, we've started to compile all of the specific interventions that we have available in the district that have been vetted by a team and are made available to our staff at each level.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate your answer to this question, and I look forward to receiving additional information in the future. My last question is navigating temporary disability. For students who experience temporary disability due to an injury or illness, such as a broken hand that hinders their ability to write, what processes are in place to help parents quickly navigate accommodations? Swift support can make a significant difference in maintaining their educational progress during their recovery.
Thank you for that additional question. So for students who experience a temporary disability due to injury or illness, such as a broken hand that hinders their ability to write, it could be a different kind of an injury or illness. The way that we help parents to quickly navigate that so that students can maintain their educational progress during recovery is that a student enrolled at any of our schools during such a time period, parents can reach out to the principal, the school nurse, and provide information about what's happening for the student. Our school nurses, along with our district nurse leaders, have ways of assessing what a student's needs are going to be, working in conjunction with the family and medical providers. So a student may be in a variety of situations. If a student is at the American Family Children's Hospital, we have hospital school staff who provide services. If a student needs to receive services at home for a period of time, we are able to offer engagement in their general education classes through the use of a device called a swivel that gets set up at the school and also connects to the student's device at home. Some of our students may require some home-based services, so we touched upon that earlier with board member Saravo's question. And A student may also be able to come to school part-time, but need to learn at home part-time. So any of those circumstances may be the case, depending on the student's individual needs for that time period. So accommodations can be provided in the school, such as assistance from a peer or staff member to move around the building, to carry items such as a backpack or Chromebook or books. Individualized transportation can be set up quickly for a student. They might have a scribe, a recording device, or the ability to use speech to text technology for a period of time while they have this condition, the temporary condition. So are there any additional follow-up questions related to the ways that we would support a student during such a circumstance?
I have no additional questions. I started asking my questions at 7:46. It is now 7:55. And I would like us to move on to our second topic of the evening, which is classroom size. I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Gothard.
Thank
Do
you.
we wanna, sorry, for 2 minutes to let folks leave? Sorry, Chair, my apologies.
Thank you all so much.
Why are you apologizing? You did it right.
Board member Mosner Feltham, are you asking for a 5-minute recess to let folks move out of the room?
I would love a 5-minute recess.
All right, we will be back at 8:01.
Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic.
All right, I think we are ready to resume.
There you go.
Back to it?
I think we're back to it.
Okay, great.
I'm back.
What do you need?
Okay. Toss your stuff wherever.
Yeah.
Inside your mat back here. Literally this.
Down by me.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
See the stuff I've done with you.
No worries, Board Member Vanderbilt. All right, I do not see Dr. Gothard, so I am gonna turn it over to Dr. Stanford for our next topic, which is classroom size, the second semester report on classroom size.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Cindy Green is going to be presenting that information today. So she'll get.
He's coming. He just went to go fill his water bottle. Just so you know, Chair Muldrow.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Stanford. I'll turn it over to Cindy Green.
Thanks, Chair Muldrow. Good evening, everybody. On to our second topic for the night. In front of you and or in board docs, for those of you that are online, you have a memo that is providing an overview on our class size policy second semester report. And then included within that, if you are online, is a link to the actual report. Those of you that are in person, you'll have two documents in front of you, a memo and a report that looks like this that I have here in front of you. I'm gonna walk through a few things and then we'll dive into the actual report. So just a reminder, as part of our class size policy, it requires that we provide an update to the Board of Education 2 times a year, at the beginning of our first semester and at the beginning of our second semester, to show the number of sections by level and then by content area at the secondary level of the ranges of the number of students in each section aligned to where they fall within our class size policy. The class size policy does not include supplemental staff. So it doesn't include staff such as our cross-categorical amazing teachers that we just heard from, our special education assistants, our EAs or an educational assistants, the additional staff that are in our classrooms and that are in our buildings every day, supporting instruction and supporting our students. It is only focused on the number of students per each section. And that is how the class size policy is written. In addition to that, our class size policy does not have anything related to 4K, but in our report, and I'll highlight that for you, we did include 4K because 4K has been such an investment that the Board of Education has made and that we have really prioritized, that we also wanted to show where the range of sections are for students that are accessing 4K within MMSD. And then the last thing that I will highlight before we dive into it is at the elementary level, our class size report is broken up by AGR or achievement reduction, academic achievement gap reduction, AGR, I missed the G, sorry, and non-AGR. So a reminder, AGR is focused only on kindergarten through 3rd grade, and it is identified for schools that have a greater need or a higher need based on students that come from free and reduced lunch backgrounds and or achievement data as well. And our class size policy differentiates for schools that are identified as AGR versus non-AGR, which is why you have it separated in the report. Any clarifying questions before I have us dive into the actual? Chair, you good for me to go on and do some orientation to the report and talk about the report?
I think you should move through the materials you think are relevant to the board before we ask questions.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I'm going to start with the front page of the report, which names elementary homeroom sizes. And I'm going to start from I always get this wrong, the left-hand side, so I can orient you to the 3 different graphs. Jesse, would you mind pulling it up on the screen just so people have a visual as well?
Yes, thank you. So if I start from the left-hand side, you'll notice that it's divided by AGR at the top, and then the second set of rows are non-AGR. And then you will notice that there is a little bar graph that goes across, and I'll use kindergarten as our starting point. And what it indicates is the number of sections at each of those little bar graphs going across. And what you'll notice at the bottom of it, it indicates the number of students. So for example, at kindergarten, we see a number 1 and it's under a 9. That means we have one section that includes 9 students only. If you go over, there's another one that would be, if you scroll down, it's between the 9 and 11, which means that would be 10. So we have one section with 10 students. And if you go across, you will notice that the highest in kindergarten that you see is at number 18 in blue in the middle of the page. That is saying that there are 18 sections in kindergarten with the number of students being 16. Because you'll notice that that's between the 15 and the 17. Or if you look to the left of it, there's a number 12 there in blue. And it says in the blue bar, which means there's 12 sections. And if you go down, it will show 15. So that we have 12 sections across our kindergarten AGR schools that have 15 students in them. So what that first set of bar graphs does is show the distribution of the number of sections at each level. And then if you look at the bottom row, it shows what that number of students are for each section.
What is the optimum and below minimum, or am I jumping ahead?
Yep, I will get there.
Sorry.
And I'll just do one more orientation. If you look at 5th grade for AGR and you go all the way over to this first bar graph and you go to the right, you will see the number 1 in 5th grade, and right below that number 1 is 31. So it shows that we have one section of 5th grade that has 31 students in that section. And then if you were go to non-AGR, same thing, it shows that same orientation for distribution for the number of sections and then number of students in each. If we continue to go over to the middle column, we have a different type of graph. It looks more like a sliding scale. And that shows for each one of the grade levels in the AGRs, because I'm still on AGR, shows the average classroom size, or what we say homeroom size. So it shows that the average homeroom size or classroom size at kindergarten in our AGR schools is 15.3. It shows that our 1st grade sections, the average is 14.7. So on, going down to 5th grade, which it shows 20.2. So that is showing the average class size by each grade level. And then if we go over to the last column, which is the furthest column to the right, we then show the number of sections based on the class size policy language of below minimum, optimum, below maximum, and above maximum. Those are the ranges that are specifically named in our class size policy. And if I start again with kindergarten, you will see that of all of the kindergarten sections for our schools that are identified as AGR, we have 23 of our kindergarten sections that fall below minimum, or 30% of all kindergarten sections in AGR schools are below minimum. You will notice that 47 sections, or 62% of our kindergarten sections in AGR schools are at 47 of those sections are 62%. And then at kindergarten below maximum, you will see that there's 6 sections or 8%. It's important to remind the board the investment that you made 2 years ago. We're in our 2nd year of that, where we tried to ensure that our classroom sizes, our class sizes at kindergarten and 1st grade fell in the minimum or optimum to the greatest extent possible to really hone in on our early learning and our early literacy approach. If you go to the non-AGR schools, you would read the graph the exact same. The first showing our distribution of sections. The middle column will show the sliding scale, the average. And then over to the far right shows again the number of sections and the percent of those sections for each grade level.
Could we not go with the yellow again? I'm sorry, I'm just having a real hard time seeing it.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for interrupting.
Thank you, Board Member Vandermeulen, for that.
I apologize.
No, thank you. And there's one more thing that I would like to orient you to. Is the below the non-AGR, you're gonna see a column going across and it's named 4K. And because 4K is non-compulsory and because 4K is not part of our class size policy, but is really important to us as an investment, our max of what we like to hold true to the greatest extent possible is 18 students in our 4K sections. And it's important to note that 18 students comes with 2 adults. Every 4K section has an EA plus the classroom teacher. And in almost every one of those sections, we also provide an SEA. If you remember, a few years ago, the board made the investment of ensuring that we had SEAs at 4K to be able to support our earliest learners. So on average, you will see 3 adults in every 4K classroom. And you will notice when you look at that distribution that there is only one section of all of our 4K sections that has 19 students. So again, to the greatest extent possible, and we do a really great job, we meaning Colleen and her team, do a really great job of ensuring that we hold to that 18 student max as much as possible. And then if you show over to the sliding scale, it'll show that there's on average, our class size for 4K is 14 students. And then there's a non-applicable component because again, 4K is not in our class size policy. I'm gonna turn us over to the backside and I'm gonna walk through the secondary. I apologize for the yellow. I will take note of that for the future. Our class size policy at the secondary level is broken up by content area. And that is because our students move from course to course at middle school and at high school. And while we do have advisory or what some of our middle schools call homeroom, we don't have a single way to measure the class sizes if we were only to use our homeroom or advisory, so we'd like to pay attention to it by. So going down, and I'll start with middle school, go down on the left-hand side, you'll see the content area. Not every course, but there's multiple courses many times within each content area. You will see the content area, art, avid, English, all the way through world language. And then if you go across for this first distribution, you will see the number of sections and the percentage for each of these content areas for middle school. And then by the student range numbers that are at the top. So the student range numbers are 10 to 14, 15 to 19, 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30 to 34, and so on. So I will use art as an example to walk us through it again. If I were to look at art at middle school, we have 11 sections across our 12 middle schools where there is between 10 and 14 students in those 11 sections. So 12% of the art classes fall with 10 to 14 students. That is below our class size minimum. We have 25 sections across our 12 middle schools where the average or the student class size or the student numbers are 15 to 19 or 27%. We have 39 of our art courses across our middle schools that have 20 to 24 students in them or 41%. 17 sections that have 20 to 25 students are 18%. And 2 sections or 2% that have 30 to 30 students. I'll walk through one more at middle school and then I'll continue to go on. I'll use English, or in middle school, most of the time we call this Spanish language arts or English language arts. We have 2 sections, 1% where there's 10 to 14 students in that. We have 29 sections or 16% of 15 to 19 students. We have 86 sections across our 12 middle schools, 47% that have 20 to 24 students. 62 sections across our 12 middle schools that have 25 to 29 students. And 4 sections across our middle schools that have 30 to 34 students. And if you not scroll, but if you go over to the second table, which is the one to the far right, we have that sliding scale again. And that shows our average class size. So across all of our classrooms in that content area, for example, art, the average class size is 20.7. For English, since that was the second example I gave, the average class size is 23.1. I'll walk through high school real quick. High school is very similar. Content area off to the farthest left. Not courses, but content. I'll start with art again to show the example. I won't walk through everyone. Hopefully you understand the process, but we have 18 sections across all of our high schools that have class sizes of 10 to 14. So we have class sizes less than our class size policy. We have 27 sections or 36% that have 25 to 29 students. And if you go all the way over, the average class size across our high schools for art is 21 point. We included the class size policy at the bottom, similar to what we have on the front side. A few highlights that I will call out, and then I will turn it back over to Chair Muldrow for any questions. I mentioned this already, but the early grades, kindergarten and first grade, have smaller class sizes than most other grades, and that's intentional based on our investment in early literacy. Across our AGR and non-AGR schools, the majority of the classes continue to be within the optimum or the below maximum categories. A total of 284 out of 384 or 74% for AGR schools, and 195 out of 207 or 94% for our non-AGR schools. There are some complexities at the elementary level that sometimes make it difficult to add a section or to keep a section. We have other complexities that I can talk about through the question time. At the high school, the average class size across all subjects was 22 students and 24.8 students at the high school level. At the high school level was a decrease of almost 1 student from the fall. So the average across all of the sections was 24.8. At the fall, it was about 25.8. There continues to be some variation in our class sizes across middle school and high school, but the majority of the middle school classes have 20 to 24 students. And similarly, at the high school level, about 37% have 25 to 29 students. At our high schools, there's about 3% of our courses that do have 34 students, but the majority of these courses were in music or physical education, which our class size policy does allow you to go up to 4. Again, this is the current way we think through our class size policy report based on how the policy is written. I have mentioned before that we've been thinking differently about what other ways to present this kind of data next year that have come through our enrollment strategy. I don't know what that will look like yet, but we've been thinking about it in terms of what's also useful for us internally. So I'm looking forward to being able to have updates for that as we continue to have the conversations as an enrollment strategy team. Oh, I didn't realize my camera wasn't on. And with that, Chair Muldrow, I will turn it back to you for questions. And anything might need to be clarified.
Thank you so much, Cindy Green. I do not have any questions. You answered my questions during the presentation, which were specific to our policy in relationship to 4K. I saw Board Member Mosner Feltham's hand first. Hopefully, I'm right about that. And then Board Member Vandermeulen, and then Board Member Nichols, and then Board Member Saravo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Cindy, for the presentation. Briefly, can you talk about how you monitor this in your team?
I will say we have a cross-functional team that monitors this type of information on a regular basis. We generate an internal report to make decisions about where enrollment may be increasing or where a needs come up throughout the year as part of our overall allocation process. So for example, as we close out this year and parents and for next year, we run a daily class size report to see if enrollment has increased, right? Because everything we do for enrollment is projections. And we use that information to make decisions about potential changes, whether that might be decreasing allocation or increasing allocation. And so I would say that's one of the main ways that we use that. I think the second way we have used it and continue is to think about the expanded version of this that has it for every single course, and where courses sometimes may not have enough student voice and choice in terms of who wants to take that, and where we have to start thinking about sunsetting of certain courses, and or conversely, where it's really popular and you got to start thinking about staffing, and where you might have to be thinking about from an HR perspective, future staffing needs, such as CTE is a great example.
I was looking at the business line there.
And so as we're thinking about where we need to do recruitment, where we need to do it, so I think on both ends, when you look at courses, but the idea of really trying to think about where you have to start sunsetting courses to be able to expand other courses is the other way that it's used.
Great, I really appreciate that insight. My second question is about how these decisions gets made at a building level. Can you talk a little bit about, just briefly, what kind of considerations the building principals bring to making these choices?
In terms of the class size report data?
In terms of deciding how many students will go into each section.
Oh, yeah. I'll start, and then
And briefly is totally fine.
Yeah. I will use high school because it's probably the most relevant because at elementary it's pretty.
Right.
So you got me on that one. So I would say at high school, course selection for high school happens before the year before, right? So course selection happens between November and January of every school year. And the first way that this would kind of shake out is through the master scheduling process and the allocation process that principals go through. And they run their own Excel spreadsheets that indicate every student course selection that every child did, and their alternatives. That is used to start to think through the number of sections, first by courses that are graduation requirements, English, math, science, bio ed, health, all of that. They use that, and they based on either what students have to have or what students want. They do that, and then they use those course selections to make decisions about the number of sections for other courses, whether it's a new course that they might be running or other continuing courses. And they also have to use that data as their starting point to make decisions about what courses they will not run as well. Because sometimes you don't have enough students that have chosen a particular course to run a section.
Sure.
And so that's the first way that happens. And then once they do their master schedule, and then students do their individual student schedules in the fall, this is kind of the way that this report is generated, because we post it on IC of all student schedules.
Thank you. I imagine that some of those choices rub up against the needs that we heard in our last presentation about the need for strategic scheduling as well. I don't have any specific questions about the data that here. I really appreciate you illustrating sort of like how your team uses this data and how school principals are making these decisions. My questions are broader about allocation and workload and how we see those things working together that we're working on as a team. that I look forward to understanding further in the future, but I don't have any specific questions about this spring's class sizes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I up next or is North up next? I lost track.
Board Member Vandermeulen, I saw your hand next.
Okay.
And board member Mosner Faltham, you started at 8:21 and it is now 8:26.
Thank you.
I have no idea. That's why I asked. I lost track of where I was. Okay, just a few questions. Let me just boot up. I had written these out. Now, I know you stated it doesn't involve SEA assistance in our class size policy. How do we make sure, however, that a teacher who has a larger section but may have more kids with special needs and may need more SEAs, how does that factor in to deciding the class size?
It does not. Those two things, they're not mutually exclusive, but the sections. I think one of the things, especially at the elementary level and the middle school level, is to try and think about density. And I know Nancy's team, along with the school principals, the PSTs, like the one that was here, really work on thinking about how and where students across classes should be, and then also where and how the specifically schedules of SEAs and CC teachers go. So I think they build a master schedule and then they do that simultaneously. But the number of SEAs and or the number of support staff does not come into account for this. This is solely based on the ranges that are within our class size policy for the number of students per section. Many times what you will see is that there's 2 or 3 adults within these classrooms as well for supplemental staff. But this isn't about staff, this is about the number of students in a section.
I just find that I understand the rationale. I find that rather difficult for the sole reason that sometimes a teacher, when there are more kids in the classroom, it means less individual attention. And that I worry about. I think that if we're going to look at it differently next year, I think that's something we need to take into account. Because having an average class size, say of 18, with no kids with IEPs, with no English language learners is one thing. Having a class size of 18 when 6 of them have IEPs and 3 of them are English language learners is very different. And that, I think that may be a place where we need the policy to actually be updated in a way, because we're getting the largest increase of learners. That's the largest growing increase. We're also getting a large influx on disability due to greater criteria, which allows that to happen. So I think the combination of the two, I think you need to look at it, but that's my own naive opinion. My other question that I have, sorry, my phone just froze. Forgive me. It says that we take into account finite staffing resources when regarding poverty. How do we do that? Because I'm hearing schools like Kennedy, last year it was Lapham, etc., testify that they're high trauma schools. Have we due to poverty? How do we calculate poverty in it? What do we do? What do we prioritize? And how do we make sure that these children are getting the accommodations they need?
So I would say the first is the AGR versus non-AGR. Right, that's even how our size policy is. So as it relates to the class size policy, I would say that is the way that it's determined. I would say in addition, Title I and Title I funding is an additional supplemental set of resources that are provided for our schools as well, that can be supported through staffing or can be supported through what we call class size reduction, which can impact positively some of this data as well. There's other things related to allocation, but specific to the class size policy, those are the two.
My next question actually related to it is Title I. Due to the increase of ICE, as much as I despise them, there are many people who may be afraid to fill out federal documentation. Schools that may have been Title I are no longer Title I because people are afraid to fill out the paperwork. How are we taking that into account?
So that doesn't apply to this class size policy. I think that the question that you're asking is more about some of our formulas that are part of our allocation process.
Yes.
And I don't know, I'm happy to talk about real briefly now versus. also-
Board Member Vandermeulen, I don't think that's within the scope of our notice. So I am happy to check in with legal, but I do think that that is specific
fine.
to allocation. Are you comfortable tabling that
fine.
question? Okay,
That's
thank you.
fine. And my last one that I'm going to hear in class says, this is a comment. As someone who went through gym class with ginormous gym classes with dodgeballs thrown at my head, it might not be a good idea to have 40 people in a gym class. And that's my comment on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vandermeulen. You started at 8:27. It's now 8:32, and we will hear from Board Member Nichols.
Thank you. My question is about the data, so thank you for presenting and walking us through it again. I'm looking specifically at our AGR schools. And I want to acknowledge the fact that we have made critical investments in smaller class sizes in kindergarten and first grade. The data is also showing that even with that investment, we have 30% of our kindergarten sections across our schools falling below our minimum of 15 students. And we have 32 sections of first grade across our schools. That's not all in one school, right? That's spread across our system, also falling below our minimum of 15 students. Now, when I go back to our policy says that in the circumstances where class size falls below the minimum class size standard, every reasonable effort should be made to reduce the number of available classroom environments at that grade level in order to maximize the effectiveness of human and financial resources. In the case where the principal, the superintendent, or their designee concludes that reducing the number of classroom environments would be unduly disruptive to the school as a whole, the classroom may be maintained until the end of the then current school year. So when I look at our spring report, is it fair for me to assume that those sections that are below 15, there was some decision with the principal and or the designees that it was more worthwhile to keep the smaller section than to collapse it and then disperse those students into the other remaining sections because it would be too disruptive?
Yeah, and I'm gonna give you just a real life example.
Okay.
Some of these complexities, and most of our schools, well, all of our schools that are title also are AGR, so I put that out there, and so.
Okay.
For example, you have 27 kindergartners that enroll in school A. 27 kindergartners in one section is not possible.
Yeah.
It's too many. So you divide that to two sections and you get 13 and 14.
Okay, got it.
And so the decisions and there's two things that come to what you named and what's in our policy that I just want to stress. So the decision is to start the year off, you give that school two sections, 13 and 14, because we know that it's also best practice and we wanted to invest for early literacy with the thought that, you know, kindergarten's a challenging one to make in projections on because you never know who's going to show up and you know who's going to enroll.
Sure.
So you do that with giving them a little bit of flexibility to have a couple students added. We get to that point of third Friday count and we see that they're still at 13 and 14 or 14 and 15, whatever it may be, 14 now. And then we have to make the decision about what is going to be best for those students and what is going to be best for the school. Our handbook allows us to move teachers if we need to.
Mhm.
But the decision that we make in consultation, obviously with my partner over here and the principals in our team, is to say what is gonna be best for the kids. And in the last few years, to be honest with you, we have made the decision to allow those classrooms to stay where they are, because we think it's best for the instructional design that the principal has built, it's best for the students, right? It is very rare, but necessary sometimes to move, but we try not to the greatest extent possible. So that just is a real life example of how that shows up.
Yeah, I really appreciate that example, and I think it's important for us, I mean, I'll speak for myself, but I think as a board to recognize that these are the kinds of decisions that are being made. Like, we have a policy approved by the board that says a minimal number of students in a class will be 15, and yet we have 30% and 42% of our kindergarten and first grade classes right now that are below minimum. Not dramatically
Yeah.
in the example you gave, but like, we are valuing smaller class sizes, and you know, it's in my opinion, it's heartening to see that we've got a healthy number of our kind of earliest learners really at that optimal level of no more than, 18 in a class, and a few are a little bit over, but still within our board policy. So I think that's it's a perspective that we don't always hear about at the board seat, especially in our AGR schools. And then my only other data question is, when we move up to third grade, we now see a slightly higher percentage of our third grade sections across all of our schools in the above maximum, and the maximum is 20, right? For an AGR school, I think that's what the policy says.
Yep,
And so is it again one of those,
the exact opposite.
it's the exact opposite, where now you might have
22, 23. and we-
22 students, but if you broke the 22 into two sections, you'd have a class of 10 and 12 or something like that. So you're making a decision in that case to go a little bit above the maximum.
And we run into that often with our schools that have 2 sections, our smaller schools.
Okay.
Often, with a couple of our schools that we see that they only have 1 section at a grade level or 2 sections, and so you run into that. And then we try to right size again for the following year, right? We see things, trying to do our best again for corrections. But yeah, it winds up being the exact opposite of what I shared on the kindergarten and first grade on the below. There are times where there isn't a perfect way to do it based on our class size policy, and so we work in consultation really closely with principals around those conversations. And many times in those conversations, it makes more sense to keep it with, 1 or 2 over, since there are no hard caps, versus trying to make those class sizes super small.
Sure, thank you so much.
Yep.
And then my last data question,
Sure.
Chair Muldrow, is I know our policy does allow our specials to have a larger number of students. And I guess my wondering is, have you all heard feedback or gathered? Yeah, I guess the best way to say it is feedback, either from students or teaching staff, about the number that our current policy has for specials. I'm not talking about so much at the elementary level, but I'm mostly thinking about at the high school level, where a special can have up to 40 students. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is a couple of years ago, the board did a round of listening sessions. And we went out to each of the comprehensive high schools and just kind of held space for folks to show up. And I distinctly remember hearing several times, no matter where we were, that teachers and students in courses like high school music, high school art, really were saying like a lot of those classrooms weren't designed to hold 40 students and to do some of their best learning. So I'm just wondering if you all have gathered feedback about some of those specials
Yeah.
at high school.
I'll say two things at high school specifically is at the comprehensives, really, that the new spaces are beautiful, like our music spaces were built for that. And we do have very few sections. Our principals have really tried to keep those sections, right? We've got like 1% that's over 40. I think one of the other things that doesn't show up here is many times principals combine two courses into one, which can make the class sizes a little larger. French 3 and 4 could be an example where you want to ensure students still have the trajectory for a world language in levels 3 and 4, but you don't always have enough students at level 3 and enough students at level 4.
Okay.
So we have really skilled teachers that wind up combining, and they teach it. Some of our CTE courses do that as well. So as the students advance in coursework, you sometimes see where you make decisions about ensuring that you're able to keep those courses, but you combine the two advanced levels together as well. I don't know if there's anything you would say about hearing from people on.
Well, thanks for the reminder about many of the new spaces in our high schools, because I know when we were out doing the listening tours, the rep weren't complete yet, so it's at least encouraging to hear that that might be providing some additional space for students to really engage in the learning differently in those larger classes.
And it goes back to what board member Mulder Feltham, who's not here, is principals really try through looking at that course selection as much as possible, you know, to not get to that level. But there are situations where it happens.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Nichols, you started at 8:33. It is now 8:43, and we will hear from Board Member Saravo.
Thank you, Chair Muldrow. I guess in looking at this, the questions that I was wondering is when you get those class sizes that are the max, do you ever start out with additional teacher support, or do you just kind of, it's what it is and they look for it later on in the year? Like,
When you say, do we start out?
start off the year when you know it's going to be a large class size.
Yeah, not usually. There have been times where we've added an EA to a classroom, because instead of, again, back to the question that President Nichols asked about like splitting the sections or keeping it, is sometimes we'll add an EA into the classroom to provide support. We had to do that a few times this year, because it made more sense than pulling those two groups of students apart. At the beginning of the year, no, because there's so much fluctuation that can happen at our schools with mobility, with enrollment, that we do really wait. Carletcher is in conversation with the schools at the beginning of the year to ensure people have the right staffing needs, and we really use then the next moment in time is that third Friday count to make adjustments from the EA perspective.
I always think about more about like, what does a teacher support look like once it reaches a certain level of kids? I know the policy drives appropriate, you know, what we should see in there, but what happens when it goes over there is what I kind of where I guess on, and like how collective, and Dr. Gothard, you said like maybe one student, you know, that kind of drives some of the room, or, you know, drives the energy of the room. I'm just wondering, have we ever gone in more of a proactive way of like, if we know it's going to be a large class size, like have they ever done, or is that just like not typical?
I mean, Board Member Sarava, there's the numbers and the policy that drives it. There's the values. There's also the financial.
No, I know.
Too. So like this year going into elementary allocation, there were 19 we had 19 sections that fell under. So we moved 19 FTE to places that were 13 sections that were over. That accounts for about $3.4 million when we think about the salary and benefits of a teacher. So, we're not in a position to add, 2 million in staffing. Instead, we've got to shift our resources where students are. If that wasn't that issue, perhaps we would make different decisions. That's part of what our reality has to be in terms of staying balanced and able to sustain it. So there will be outliers. And I think I heard my colleagues say that when there are other nuances, that one child who might be really challenging could be in a small classroom too, and still present challenges. Granted, with more students, it's more of a challenge, can be more of a challenge. So we work as hand in hand as we can with our buildings. And I know our buildings and our classrooms work with their principals and support folks as well. Dr. Molventer is consistently going out into buildings, assessing, reassessing, providing support. And sometimes that is additional resources.
I think the question I was gonna ask the staff that we had earlier, it's not really as relevant right now because they're not here, because the reason I was gonna ask is how impactful class size was to the outcomes that they were getting from the cohesiveness that they were talking about. So that's why I was wondering specifically if they had lowered class sizes. Just because I didn't have it in front of me at the time.
I think it's also important to remember that, exactly like the school, there's intention and so during those core times of math and literacy, you might have the BRT or the ESL in the classroom during those core times to be able to have smaller groups and smaller group instruction to take place. And that's the importance, again, of those C3 teams and co-planning to co-serve, to co-teach.
I think that part is also dependent on how big the classroom is, because the smaller the actual physical classroom is, the harder it is to have those smaller circles. When you have the special ed that's working on specific. Because I'm not going to presume I know what they're working on as compared to what the general education students are working on. And when the gen ed students are listening to the teacher, it is very difficult. And in some cases, maybe too challenging, and you have to create something to where it's not in the same classroom to be happening at the same time. Or maybe you're going to have those kids waiting until the regular, like the gen ed courses, until the teacher's done there, and then they can focus on what they're doing. I just think that can be challenging in certain schools because of the actual size of the actual classroom and the ability to have those smaller circles with the intention that you're referring to. So I get it, but I also I see the challenge on both sides there. I guess my last question was, I just noticed that it's 40 plus on this side. Our biggest, what does that mean? Is there something that's over 40?
There potentially could be. I don't know if it's top of my head, but there potentially could be a section or two that's over.
I was wondering how far, what was their biggest section? Or do we know?
Yeah, I think 40, maybe 41 plus would be biggest. And like I said, you see it as 1%. Our schools, when schools and creating their sections to the greatest extent possible. There are times where 2 classrooms are combined for physical education, so you'll get 40 students or 41 students, but for the most part, our schools really try to maintain and do the best they can to have.
Yeah.
And I will say that smaller class sizes doesn't always mean greater student outcomes and greater achievement. I think it's important. We're having a conversation specifically to class size. I just think it's important to note that.
When I was in grade school, I had 31 kids in my class. And that was challenging. But there was the kids that ended up, maybe not the ones that are loud, but the ones that are also really quiet. don't get the attention. And those are the ones I'm thinking of. Thank you. The chair.
Board Member Sarava, you started asking questions at 8:44. It's now 8:51, and I am seeing no other questions. We will move on to the Board Member Vandermeulen and Board Member Pearson.
Oh, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay, moving on to our policy conversation. In front of y'all, y'all have the second read of the wellness policy as well as the clean version and the red line version. So y'all have in front of y'all. And start us off.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Pletzer, she, her pronouns. I Patient Health and Wellness Coordinator for the district. I just want to first say thank you to the number of teams that had provided input in this. The Superintendent's Wellness Advisory work done last year, and then also the cross-departmental school wellness lead implementation team for just giving review, updating language, and then also your feedback from the first review in January. All right, so on the slide, we'll show updates since the first read. One is to add hyperlinks specifically to the National Lunch Program and the Smart Snacks for School Nutrition Standards. And that is just to increase accessibility. So when people read what is Smart Snacks, you can actually click on a link and it goes somewhere right away. The other option of that is actually to call out the entire what a Smart Snack is and put that in policy. It's easy just to hyperlink. The second thing, there were some places where the past policy said or exceed, and it was just more like not needed. It wasn't that we don't want to go above and beyond. It was more of from a legal standpoint of like, do you meet DPI's requirements or do you not versus it exceeding? And so just made that consistent throughout the policy. The couple that we missed the third bullet on this slide is added caffeine limits to food and beverages sold, offered, and provided to high school students. Current Smart Snacks in Schools policy avoids any caffeinated beverages for elementary and middle schools, but does not have anything specific around high school. And so we added that in as a limit, limiting caffeine to 100 or under 100 milligrams per beverage sold, offered, or provided at our high schools. Next slide. And then there was an update around the specially designed physical education language to better align with what DPI has on its website, and then also added a more inclusive list of protected identities in the culture and climate section, based on feedback that we received last time. And yeah, so that is the updates for this second read.
Thank you so much. So hoping that board members have had a chance to review the edits and review their previous conversations. Just opening it up for folks' questions, thoughts, or
I appreciate you bringing the changes. They look good to me. Thank you, Blair.
Yes, thank you for all of the work on this. I did have just one question. Under I think it's the new G under the section of standards for food and beverages sold outside school meals. Can you, well, first of all, I'm really happy that the caffeine limits were added, but under, I think it's letter G, did I say that? Can you tell me why the reference to all food and beverages served or offered to students enrolled in Addison School and after childcare and enrichment programs was struck?
I think, and if you're referring to, are you looking at the first read? So the first read, we moved that up to the top, I believe, it's in a different location.
Oh.
That refers to like after school. I think it's actually up in A.
Okay.
Yeah, it says, all food and beverages served or offered to students enrolled in MSCR or after school will meet the, smart snacks and so it just got moved to A.
Okay, thank you. I think I was trying to follow along with the red lines to the final version, so thank you for pointing that out. I am appreciating all of the additional language added for physical education, particularly for students with an individualized education program. And then, can you just explain really quickly, Ashley, about I don't know if you knew this, but we did have some folks come to the board meeting advocating for more recess. I see here that the recess section, which is also under physical education and physical activity. Elementary schools will offer at least 30 minutes. Middle schools will ensure all students have access to at least 20 minutes. That used to be a range of 20 to 30. And then high school students will provide access to time during their lunch block. Can you just quickly explain why the range at middle school went down? I mean, not down, but it was settled on at least 20 instead of the range?
Yeah, that was just specifically, again, like the minimum, just like to be consistent with what we did for elementary, where we don't say like can be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
It's just was to basically say like, here's the minimum that the policy requires. And it goes from there. So it was consistent across grade levels.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, Nikki?
Yes, thank you for putting disability in there. I appreciate, but it needs to be capitalized. And it's a thing. And the other thing is the parent that testified, I never thought of it, but maybe we should have something on heat that does have the heat of the classroom. Because we've been hearing on Franklin and Randall since I've been on the board, the 9 years I've been on the board, about certain times where the classrooms were that hot in that building. And I'm serious, and I know you can't put temporary air conditioning in all of it. It'll short out the power grid. It was explained to me very nicely by the fire department why we can't do that. I get that. But I do understand their need, and maybe we just have to use maybe the library or a different area for the day if it gets that way. Because there are some kids who are medically fragile, who might have an asthma attack, whose meds might have effects on heat. So I think this might be a good place to put it. And I'm sorry I didn't raise it before. I didn't think of it until I heard someone say it.
So I know Senior Executive Director Chia couldn't be here tonight, but he's well aware of some of the feedback we get on building. There is a lot to it. I mean, one of the ways is our facilities condition report. It's prioritizing work, and as you know, we're constructing 10 new ones right now. You can be rest assured that each of them have climate control, environmentally sound climate control within their.
This is the only downtown one, so for those who are.
Yeah, so I mean, we have to look at the type of investment that we'll be able to make. It's feasible, and obviously what's complying with codes, as you mentioned. To put in window units is just not something we'd be able to.
PTO tried to do that 9 years ago, and we had a nice conversation with the fire department in a meeting and how that would show the power.
So I'd be happy to have Scott comment and share perhaps in a weekly update, some of the things that they're doing,
Okay,
you know, to try to address heat.
I appreciate that. That was my only.
And I will say, just to reference, so not specifically that called out in the policy, but in section X, physical environment does acknowledge how
It does.
the physical space does impact the well-being of student staff.
It does. But I'm just, that's what I was thinking, because it spurred my attention. Thank you, nothing further, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Martha?
Thank you. I remember Pearson. I was just looking back to one of the last emails because Nikki and I were providing feedback. So there was never a response from that, so.
Or
I-
the wellness policy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
What
never
was
heard
that?
from Leah,
like we worked together and we put some stuff down and
we never heard back.
there was just no response back. So I wasn't really sure it was gonna end up in here. There was not any feedback at all. I don't know.
When was it sent?
It was sent 3 weeks ago, I think, let me find the exact date.
January 20th,
Okay,
actually January 17th, sorry. Or something.
Who was all on that email?
you have it?
But it was back to Petra so that she could review it.
It went from Leah, us to Leah, to Petra to no answer.
Okay. And that was back in January?
Yep,
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of the email. And so what were some of the things that you were lifting?
we put, sorry, go ahead. I just talked over you, I apologize, it was not my turn, go ahead.
There was this, on page 5, section 6, where like actually right above the red line where you see where the IEP stuff is there. Because there was a lot of awareness this year about adaptive athletics and what is that, and where is it built into? Like intentionally built into, how much PD is around it. So part of that was going for annual PD around adding adaptive app. Again, I could show you the email. I don't know if you wanted me to go through the whole thing. I was hoping that this would either have some sort of response back to it at this point or be reflected or just.
Yeah, I mean,
Something.
the thing is like for the second read, if you want to open up the conversation around what you wanted to include with the language, and then we'll have a discussion about it.
I can just add that I know Petra received the email and then we connected in teams based on feedback that was given. So I think then based on conversations within our second read that came today is based on after the feedback that we received. So I do know that there was conversations and it wasn't, and Petra, I think, is online. I'm not sure if she wants to chime in.
My question,
Nikki, we're still on.
Sorry.
Martha.
just found the email.
You want me to just read it off?
Yes,
Yeah. Cause I haven't seen it, so go ahead. Or just like the language that you're looking to add
Well, it's a suggestion,
or
right?
suggestion?
Or
Yeah,
I have them right here.
same language.
I know. I didn't like doing everything in like an open table like this is getting very frustrating.
Well, this is the place to do it. So if we wanna have the conversation and you have the language.
I know it's it's the place to do it, but also like getting stuff vetted is really important too. So like not being able to do that behind the scenes. I'm just saying I'm
Yeah, no, I
getting
understand.
frustrated. So where it says equal opportunity to, where is it? It's on page 5.
Page 5, section 6B.
So with my notes that I had sent in, it said equal opportunity to participate, take off line. There was language taken out, which no, we can't see it because no, this is, I think, without it. And we were asking that professional learning to include PD regarding adaptive athletics. Because you were referencing that there is, Whitewater has a Cornerstone project where they offer PD to schools, but didn't know if that was something that I didn't know where that fit or if anyone had connected with them. They had reached out when this one.
I can respond too. I have the emails pulled up in front of me as well.
Okay, Petra, go ahead.
Yeah, so for that one, so I'm looking at, there's a couple, I think I see 2 different email strands. So the one I'm looking at, January 21. I think, or was it the next one? Let's see. Oh yeah. January 21, I had grouped your feedback into 3 different categories of feedback. I think this is category 2. I said, I believe you were going to send me specific proposed language for the following. Can you please propose language that would be ready to be directly inserted in the policy for my review? Number 1. And then I quoted your comment on professional learning to include PD. And I said, please propose specific language that would be ready to be directly inserted into the policy for review.
In January 27th, this was the.
That's all that one, that email. So. Okay. What specific language are we looking to add? Is it about adaptive? You want to have a specification around PD?
PD.
Well, they reference professional learning or physical education, physical activity content, but arguably adaptive PD is going to look very different. Depending on what that is or what students you have, where you can kind of lean into that. So it is very specific and very different than your general PD.
I can just share that in physical education PD for teachers, it includes SPE as SPE is our role in our as a physical education teacher. So annually, and actually SPE right now is a through stream in all of our PDs that we're coming back to in a way. So that section specifically education for athletic like that.
Actually, does the state of Wisconsin separate of that?
We do, but the state does not require teachers to have that.
And I think Dr. Mulfender, were you gonna also respond or add some context?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that the term adaptive physical education and specially designed physical education can be used interchangeably. So just to make sure that people in the space were aware of that and that all of our PE teachers have to have training in the provision of adaptive or specially designed PE in Wisconsin. So because all are able to, as Ashley just mentioned, able to deliver specially designed PE.
For licensure to require.
Right, so they have to have some training in that area in order to get their license and in order to maintain it. And so I'm trying to figure out what additional professional learning in addition to the annual strand board member Sarabo and board member Vanderbilt, you might want that we could potentially work together in our departments to ensure that we have provided cross training before, but across our departments. And so what additional would you want us to provide?
May I? It was her turn, but may I, I'm asking Chair permission.
Go ahead.
Like that, one, the general education teachers have the chance for adaptive on how to adapt general practices for their class of students who have different physical challenges and physical needs, especially those who use wheelchairs, those who use assistive devices. That's the two main things I want out of that one.
Well, it says here, an individualized education plan team may decide a student's requires specifically designed physical education to address specific disability related needs.
And I understand that. I just think that the knowledge should be expanded because there are kids who may not have been identified yet as having an IEP who could benefit from that. Just because you were in a wheelchair does not mean you have an individual education plan. So they may not even have an IEP, but still need different accommodations.
Okay. And so,
Yeah, Martha, I don't,
Can I just a thought there? Is like in here, it's that like, any licensed physical education teacher may legally teach students disabilities in regular education programs, including physical education. The idea is like, yeah, they can be there and be included in it, and they can be included in the regular programming. What about the flip side of also giving gen ed students a little bit of access to some sort of adaptive sports that have to do with the what that other student or students use of going back and forth, having the ability to be back and forth, not just doing a general program, but to be able to offer like, what does adaptive programming look like? I see a lot of it myself, obviously, because I am involved in a lot of adaptive sports, but that's like all you see there. Like no one really knows about it. Where do we see it outside of like these groups that are loving on those adaptive programmings by themselves? But when do we actually get to see that kind of have a nice cohesive moment? I mean, my daughter participated in gymnastics, you know, like I want to tell you how many of those things that she had access to, but like, what if they brought a whole bunch of wheelchair basketball chairs into a space and had the kids try playing basketball that way? That's what I mean, of like seeing the other side. So I don't know if that expectation is really out there. I don't know if everyone appreciates my comments or not, or if this is.
I'm just trying to figure out like language wise, what are you proposing to add specifically in a policy? Or is it?
That's why I was wondering why the PD is solely around, like, why is it more explicit there and like what they have access to? I don't know, and if there's a way to do.
The way the policy is written is that it is general, that there is required annual PD provided to physical education teachers. And I would say that best practices would align that all of the things that you're talking about would include. I mean, obviously, we don't have unlimited days and time with everyone, but I think you're kind of also mentioning, I think, adaptive sports, which is different than adaptive PE, physical education. But I will share that this weekend we had a PD with a bunch of teachers in the southeast area where we had a chance to have wheelchair basketball and really thought about that lens of how do you create spaces that's not just for students that needs a wheelchair, but for everyone to participate in the same thing using different adaptive materials. So it will be interesting to see like from there go with that. But again, to me, that would just fall into where the policy talks about that there's annual PD for teachers. I mean, I think the recommendations that you're giving are great ideas for future PDs.
I'm looking for how is it intentional for that concept to be reflected in here? Because I don't know, I wouldn't know that in just reading this. I think I'm getting what you're saying, but and I'm kind of leaning into expertise around me for that.
Is that language going to policy or is that part, I don't know, is that policy language or is that?
Literally what I was trying to do, not here.
I found the language, if I may, from the email.
Michelle, do you have a question before you're gonna say something first? Okay, go ahead and make your.
Additionally, PA is just want to do a disability quick question. PE is not a related service to the IEP, but a primary service. So it should be in an IEP without any modifications. That's why we want the adaptive in there as well. So that way people can see both, because again, you can also have students with disabilities without an IEP. And I think that's what they need to. Additionally, I found the language that I would like in there on page 6, subsection F. This is on the subsection F on WIA athletics, which includes exhibition competition performances with an asterisk. An exhibition performance or event is.
Can I stop you
where are
really
you?
quick because.
It was in the
page
email.
Page 6.
Looking at the co-
Is that an old page 6?
Yeah, it must be.
It's under the co-curricular is what I'm referring to.
What is it?
Co-curricular activities F.
I was wrong.
Co-curricular activities.
I apologize for the delay.
Okay.
Page 5 here,
Okay.
subsection F, WIA athletics. We would put asterisk, an exhibition performance or event is defined as a competition that occurs during a meet, but does not count towards the team score. See WIAA Fall Sports Regulations 2526, Section 15, National Federation Allowed Adaptations from the WIAA.
And so Ashley, I don't know if you want to respond to that or you want me to. The language, we shared that with the athletics and the director of district athletics. He provided like a high level overview to us about
I have a question.
Please let her finish.
Actually, she didn't answer the email. It's the second time we've both been left off. I'd like to know why disabled individuals' emails again have not
Nikki.
been answered.
Nikki, this is
And no
not
one
about
answered
people
that.
being disabled or not.
Then why is it that we're
Because I-
constantly left out?
Because the email that, if we want to go back to the email that Martha sent on the 27th that you just showed me, I responded and said, is there specific language?
Yes, and
that
we have.
you all would like to have, and to have that back to Petra by a certain date and have that language by February 11th based on the new read.
Which we had.
And then I have not heard anything else from that. So no one's not responding to emails.
Really?
And
No one's not
the
responding to
the
emails?
specific, okay, so you're asking for specific, Petra is responding to your specific request of that language. Petra, can you please finish? And then Nikki, you can say what you need to say after that, and then we'll go to Nichelle and then Martha.
Yeah, so the director of district athletics provided a high-level overview for reasons to not include that language in the second read. I can list those reasons. I don't want to speak on behalf of athletics, but since I would be here and able to do that, I can share. It was explained that exhibition is not a level of WIAA competition, and that while the district offers intramurals or exhibition opportunities for MSCR and other clubs, that very few WIAA sports have availability for exhibition or non-scoring events during the course of WIAA or Big 8 competitions. And so it was decided to leave that out so as to not cause confusion in the policy. And I apologize, Nikki and Martha, I do see a January 30th email where you sent 2 different links to WIAA PDFs, and I did not respond to the January 30th email with the link, so I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional.
I appreciate that.
Okay. So it sounds like based off of the information, for the WIA parts, it's more so of a formality because it's something that is separate from WIA. And to add it would conflate the information is what I'm understanding. Is that right? Okay. Nichelle?
Yes, I was just gonna say that, I appreciate that Board Member Saravo, Board Member Vandermeulen had done some additional thinking about how to maybe strengthen some language relative to physical education teachers and their annual professional learning, as well as how we talk about co-curricular activities. And I think because that language is not actually inserted in the policy tonight, for me to think, to actually see it in context and to consider the implications of it, I don't feel comfortable in tonight's conversation saying that I could support it.
Yeah.
I think part of, I'll speak for myself, what I'm hoping to avoid is us making policy language changes that I might not fully understand. And not understanding how it has to be operationalized. So for me, I don't know how to find the balancing act between, like hearing Dr. Molfenter say like, oh, within physical education, teacher PD and our special ed department, there may be something that we could include around adaptive physical education, specially designed physical education and adaptive sports. So I hear that it's not necessarily referenced here. But I don't know if it needs to be in the policy. But it seems like what I'm hearing from my colleagues is like, if it's not in the policy, it's like it doesn't, I don't know, feeling like it may not happen. So that's just my point of view. I guess I would need to understand more about the pros or the cons of adding any additional language as I've heard it tonight.
Petra or
Not that I don't agree.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Petra or Ashley, on F for co-curricular activities, it says the district will promote for all students. It says that activities may include, so it's not exclusive, but it does say activities, intramurals, WA, interscholastic athletics, which is broad. Within the WA umbrella, there is the opportunity for exhibition competition. It's not codified. It doesn't say we have to do it, but it does leave us the ability to do that if possible, correct?
Yeah, and I think that was what Petra was talking about, like the language that's here already includes that, and therefore,
It's inferred though, like,
It's not.
right, I mean, I think what I hear Board Member Vandermeer and Board Member Saravo expressing is that they would like to actually see the words. Because then it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'll say that, I mean,
Yeah.
things do change. I mean, for years, there was no cut athletics and there was extra time given at halftime and intermissions for extra participation. So I mean, there are many different variations that take place right now. And I think I would want to advise you to make sure that if you're going to include a specific language, that you think of all the other be left out of a policy if you want to get specific, because there could be many other activities or ways that MMSD has met the needs of students and included that we wouldn't have included in the policy.
Thank you, Michelle. And Martha was next, but Martha had to walk out or to leave out step out for a second. With that being said, because of the language, it sounds like Blair, you're fine with how things have been edited. Michelle, it sounds like you would like more information based off of, or just have a conversation.
I'm saying that I would be comfortable with
Yeah.
the second read version.
Mhm.
And that because the suggested language from
Mhm.
my two colleagues aren't included tonight and I don't have enough context, I wouldn't feel comfortable voting otherwise.
Okay. Savian, is there any thoughts from you?
You were on mute, Board Member Castro.
Oh, we don't
We
hear
can't
you.
hear you.
Hold on. We don't hear you.
I didn't change anything, you should.
Computers are weird.
Everything's max, I don't say.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay. I appreciate the thought y'all have put into it. I am good.
Okay. Nikki, is there some other thoughts around, so
The two biggest ones were the PD, the disability, which you put the language in, and I appreciate. And the last one being the adaptive sports. Those
Okay.
were my three big ones. I cannot speak for Martha. I don't speak for her, so I cannot answer that question. I can answer it for me.
right, and she took a moment.
Well, can I ask, is it possible for, because board member Saravo and board member Vandermeulen did not seem to get follow-up communication regarding why the language was reviewed and perhaps was considered not to be added in, is there some way they can get some follow-up communication about that? They don't have to be in agreement with it, but it sounds like some follow-up communication would be helpful
Yeah. That was gonna be
on
next.
why the current language in the wellness policy from the district's perspective seems to encompass a wide variety of opportunity.
No, I think that some feedback should happen, and I also think that with that feedback, I think it should just be sent to the full board so that we know exactly what the language was. Reasonings behind if you include it or not. So that the board can have a full context of what was trying to find.
That would be acceptable to me. I have not, I can only speak for me. I don't speak for anyone else.
Martha, I know you had to take a moment. And
he's wrapping.
you were next. I know, but you had to take a moment, so I don't know if you were next in the queue, and then we kind of skipped over, so I wanted to bring you back.
I'll be right back.
Cause it was Nikki, then Michelle, then you. And so the conversation is right now, so Nikki gave the language. Petra has explained why the athletic director did not include it. We had a little bit of a conversation around that based on the language, it is inferred, and that there are things that we are doing. And so Nichelle gave a recommendation that because we had not heard, or you all have not heard back specifically why something wasn't added, that we can get an email to the full board with your edits and why they may not have been included in the second read, and some context around that so that all board members are in the loop as to what was proposed. To the point of wanting to make sure that folks are aware of some of the suggested languages if we were to later have to vote on possible suggested language.
What part of section F did you?
So section F, Nikki read the more specific pieces around the WIA interscholastic athletics and she just walked away. And the adaptive sports specific, like the language specifically, she read it from your email.
So the director didn't want to include anything.
Petra, can you explain the response
just
back for?
Okay.
Yeah, just because, yeah. So you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I can read that. Let me just find it again 1 second. So the district athletic director communicated that exhibition is not a level of WIA competition. We do offer intramural or exhibition opportunities through MSCR and other clubs in many sports, including non-WIAA. Very few WIAA sports have availability for exhibition or non-scoring events during the course of WIAA or Big 8 competitions and are not part of the defined participation levels. I would leave it out as it becomes confusing a bit. And not sure if intramurals or MSCR offer any exhibition, as they are all kind of exhibitions, and it varies by sport and program. So the recommendation was to not include that.
So my suggested addition, if I was gonna respond to that, would be to at least after it says WIA interscholastic athletics. Some in parentheses, which also includes exhibition performances or events, because those are defined in the WIA fall sports regulations of 25-26 section 15. So it does define it specifically, but doesn't include it in like the standardized one. I'm not exactly sure why. I know that there's a lot behind that. I don't really want to get into all of it here because I had a specific conversation with the WIA reps when I was at the WASB conference in Milwaukee about where it's included and why. So it is specified and it is very specific. And the reason to be intentional is because it seems like it needed clarification after the beginning of the school year.
And board member Saravo, can I just clarify? So for F, after interscholastic athletics, the proposed revision is to put in parentheses, which also includes exhibition performances.
Or events, just because I don't know if they're always identified as a performance or it could be an event, just because I don't know what verbiage that they typically use. So yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I can do is I can email him back with this proposed revision. And then once he delivers a recommendation, I can forward that to the full board. Would that be agreeable?
Yes.
Okay, I can do that.
And then there was a question about the PD change, but I think that had been explained, and so Blair, I saw your hand.
I was just gonna say, I agree with Michelle, and I'm not comfortable making wording changes on the floor and prefer to see the response by email.
Okay, thank you. So what it sounds like, would folks be interested for this to come back for a third read?
Yes.
Or would folks be okay with getting the responses and then deciding later for a possible third read or pull it forth? But
So it's my understanding that this policy revision comes through the wellness committee. For that reason, I would not be comfortable voting on changes to those recommendations or from those recommendations without a full session.
okay. Any other thoughts, Nikki? I know you.
I would like for a third read.
Okay. Go ahead, Martha.
Your hand was up a little bit before I.
My question is to Ashley. Is there a timing with the wellness? I know that we are required to update it every 3 years. What is your timeline to have this policy voted on? Is there, I'm trying to figure out if I should be saying, yes, I could see it a third read or not.
So the policy language states that it needs to be reviewed every 3 years. And so as far as the passing, that's typically what it's been, is the 3 years, but
So we still.
it was reviewed on time.
Okay.
So always when the wellness advisory first reviewed this policy to make these.
Okay, so not to delay it, but it sounds like there's still time for us to bring it back again with some potential either new added language or at least a rationale of why any suggested new language should not be. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And so what it sounds like is that the next steps, and Sabian, I don't know if you have a opinion. Oh, sorry, Martha, go ahead.
I had a question for you as well, because I've been in a couple of those wellness policy. I don't think have you had a table that actually dove into the content that we're talking about right now?
So we did about a year ago.
Okay.
Actually, over a year ago now. And it just, where it fell to come to the board is where it is right now. So we had at least 2 or 3 meetings specific to, that was a large portion of the goal from last year's advisory to update policy language.
I hadn't seen on any of the cards that were up on the table, so if that was, when that was up there, I didn't know if I missed it as being part of that discussion. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I don't see you saving anymore. Okay, so what it sounds like is that board members are comfortable with, one, Having the response to the previous email, but also with this added piece of the language for that specific part about the co-curricular activities and out of school time. And that response will be sent to the full board. And then we will come back with one other read. So folks can we can all have a discussion about it one last time before it comes back for approval. That is what I'm hearing. Folks okay with that? Nod your head.
Yes. You wanna
No, we don't need
go
a
around?
formal vote.
That's what I didn't
Uh,
understand.
No, we don't need a formal vote. I just,
Yeah, I already expressed that. I mean, I'm gonna wait to see
yeah.
what comes
Martha?
back.
I just, because I know Dr. Wolfetcher is attesting to what I'm doing as far as PD.
Mhm.
Can we be provided something that just like shows that that's there instead of just acknowledging it here? Do you know what I mean? It's like set for here, I have no idea. It's there, and then it's meant to have both of them filled.
It looks like
Right.
Dr. Molfenter is shaking her head, yes. You want to
course.
respond, go ahead.
Yes, of course, we can provide slide decks from professional learning that's permitted across our departments. Ensure that our PE teachers understand how to not only include students in physical education, but also make it a point to support other students to understand the experiences of our students with disabilities.
I appreciate
So,
that. I
yep.
just want to,
Sure.
what we're trying to get at is what do they have access to? You know, as far as being intentional about sharing experiences with different abilities of students.
Sure, so, yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. So it sounds like you guys have your notes, Ashley. Okay. So we will bring it back to y'all in a different meeting. And it looks like Ali is no longer online, so I'll take. But second, Nikki, all those in favor, aye.
Right.
Okay, looks like unanimous. Thank you. Have a good